Mic check, mic check. Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. We about to start in a second. There's some construction outside or something. Let me know if y'all can hear me though. All praises. It's been a couple weeks since I went live, but we definitely gonna go in a second. You dig? I need to start going live on my other camera on my computer. This camera hella crazy, hella grainy and shit. Hold on. That look a little bit better. Okay. Shalom. First and foremost, want to give call Halal Yahweh. We'll do so by Shem Mashiach Yahushai. This all praise to Heavenly Father, name His only begotten Son, but what is going to be called Jesus. This your brother Ayah Shawad at the SICARII Bay Area, NorCal. You know, strictly out of San Francisco. We're gonna go in. Meals of Zeal number 10. I posted something on Facebook. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull it up. 1 second. Because I did have another title ready to go for real. But I seen a post and I just made a quick little response. I didn't tag nobody, but you know, I seen it and I had to say something because it was just so egregious. You know, some of these doctrines are just, man, it's crazy talk. Let me see if I can find this post. Oh, here we go. Let me see. Oh, I forgot. I'm not sharing my screen. I'm tripping. Oh, yeah. Like and share the video for real. Bro, why my camera look crazy like that? That's nuts. Anyways, I'm gonna share my screen. Hey, man, this is crazy, bro. Look, I see I got to go in on Ruth being a Moabite again. I don't know how Israelites can read the book and say she's an Israelite. That's just my comment, you know. I didn't say any names. I just made a reference point because I seen some online. I got 213 comments. I want to show y'all some of these comments. This is somebody joking, obviously. It's a brother in Vegas, Brother Brandon. If she is a Moabite, then the Greeks of the New Testament ain't Israelites either. Now, this is called conjecture, just saying something. He didn't bring the Bible, you know. We can prove those Greeks were Israelites because there's history on it. There's a whole book of Maccabees. Then there's the disciples in Paul literally describing who they're talking to. Ruth has one book, 4 chapters, and we can go into the law and her story and prove that she's not Israelite. Like, we're going to do that shortly, you know. But I want to read some of these comments. It's just ridiculous. The brother Zayas, he's in Virginia, you know, he be joking all the time. The good brother Jose, he been around for a while. That's the Ak. This is Soldier right here. This is the brother from True Nation. We agree with, obviously. This sister, she's actually in Sacramento. I haven't seen her yet, but she asked a question. This is interesting. I have a question. If King David is an Israelite from the tribe of Judah, and your nationality comes from the house of your father, as referenced in Numbers 1 and 18, the one nationality is King David's dad, Jesse. Now, this is a self-explaining question, but she's trying to take me down the road. She thinks she's going to walk me down. That's what she thinks she's doing. And it's not a problem, because it's a very simple answer. And there's not too many places she can go to try to prove this, or prove she's an Israelite. And obviously that's what I put, an Israelite. Like, LOL, like, what do you, like, come on now, like, what are you talking about? It says here that King David was the son of that Ephrathite. So is that Ephrathite? Is he from the tribe of Judah or an Ephrathite? Now, this is where I knew she might not know what the hell is happening, you know. Shout out to the brother Rob Yawasab, SICARII Vice City. If you want a link, you already know it's good. Because I actually want some brothers to come up here. That was on my comment board, running their mouth. We can have a slight build, you know. But yeah, that brother's had me on his channel a couple of times. He definitely can pull up to the channel. But I just want to read these comments real quick. Now, obviously, she posts 1 Samuel 17 and 12. The Ephrathite of Bethlehem, Judah. So that's the answer. Like, why would she? I mean, why would she play a game like this? But it's simple enough. So I didn't really scold her. You know what I mean? It's not that hard to see. Yeah, it's just city in Judah, which is true. You're right. So she was trying to see what I would say, but it's already plain in the text. But I would argue he is being called after the city he was born, just like Ruth and the Ethiopian eunuch. No, that's not the same. Because the Ephrathite is a city in Judah. He's being called after the town, but that isn't a nationality, so that doesn't make sense. He's a Judite, a Jew. King David's a Jew. Judah, like, so that doesn't equate. You know what I mean? I appreciate the people coming in, like and share the video. Like I said, I'm trying to buy some time for the scoffers to pop up. I just posted this on my Facebook again, this live stream link, so we can see where it goes. It calls Ruth the Moabite verbatim, which is facts. So now she's trying to go back and forth. No problem. You know, we usually don't debate women, but she did come on my post. And I said, I'm familiar with the sister. She actually, like I said, was supposed to pull up to Sacramento when we pulled out there like 2-3 weeks ago. But she didn't. It's no big deal. We outside regardless. The scripture said that the Israelites were scattered to every nation under the heavens, which I agree with. But at the time of Ruth, we weren't scattered yet. We weren't scattered. We weren't in captivity at that time. We were actually, let me take that back. We were in minor captivities to the Moabites and a few other nations and judges. But that's when the Most High was sending the saviors like Samson and Gideon and things like that. But we weren't scattered, meaning we weren't scattered to all nations at that time. No, so this doesn't add up here. Even though overall, that's pretty much how it works. The Most High scatters to all nations, but we weren't scattered to all nations at this time. We were still going back to Israel after being saved. So that's a strike. So it would be befitting to identify her as Ruth the Moabite. No, it calls her a Moabite because she's a Moabite. Then she goes to the Ethiopian eunuch, which I agree with because that's when that's thousands of years, almost 1,000 years later. You know what I mean? So yeah, I agree with that. But at this time, this is before King David, obviously, before Saul even. So before the kingdom split, before all that, before Assyria. So this can't be talking about us being scattered to all nations, or what she's trying to make a point to. You know what I mean? And it's all love to the sister. She got taught a certain way. She brought this out. No, I don't agree. I forgot what I said. Let me just read it. Oh yeah, they said the same thing. The Israelites weren't scattered during a roof, so that's not the logic to apply here. And there is no law against marrying anyone but Canaanites. This is where it got interesting. There's a lot of people's problem with the Bible. They want to say, Most High said we can't marry heathens. All right, well, where's the verse on it? Because the only verse we can reference is Deuteronomy 7, which is what she's going to bring up. Let's go down. Honestly, my good brother, I never heard this. I thought in the law of Moses, this is what she said. I thought in the law. That's the thing. I thought, meaning you didn't read it, right? I thought in the law of Moses, it said that we can't give our sons and daughters to heathens. I'm going to get back to Ruth, but are you saying we can marry Edomites? Now, we've always said this on multiple platforms of SICARII, especially the main page, Deacon, Hassad, Ariala, the main, factors that got a little bit of, movement on their channels. My channel is only 5,000 subscribers, it's not a problem. It's not about the views, but the Most High gives the increase regardless of where you at. And the brothers, you putting in work. And obviously they in SICARII, they ox, you know what I mean? Akim. So let's just go here. There's no law against marrying anybody but Canaanites, which is what I just referenced to y'all. I'm not going to add to the law, which is a sin. That's the problem. Our people want to add to the law and say we're not allowed to marry anybody that's not an Israelite. We're going to prove that wrong as well in a second. After I get done reading this. So she goes, for context, here's Deuteronomy 7:1. But my point is that Deuteronomy 7:3. Obviously, I know where she's going to go. When the Lord that God, so she basically is cutting herself. But like I said, there's no animosity in this dialogue. It's just, why are you saying this, and then try to superimpose your understanding on the law? That's the only issue I had. But like I said, it's very simple to understand. Where are the Canaanites located? In Africa. I'm pretty sure there's Canaanites in America now that, there's free access to travel, but, I don't know verbatim every tribe of Canaanites, but all the Israelites that are in West Africa, most of the other tribes more than likely are Canaanites, outside of the other Shemite Africans that Abraham had. I got a couple of names, but I don't know off the top of my head from here. I'm remember right now. We're not supposed to mix and mingle with other nations. I mean, that's the ideal, but if it happens, it's not a sin. That's the difference. If you come into the truth with a heathen wife, that's just what it is. There's no law against that, except for she's a Canaanite. We're not telling brothers to go marry heathens. That's ridiculous. Not in this time frame, not in the truth. But if you already have a heathen, if you already have a kid by a heathen or a kid with a heathen, I mean, if you're a woman, that child's a heathen. And most women don't join the truth because of that reason. I know a couple in particular. They got Edomite babies, tares, if you want to call it. Look black, but got white dads. They don't want to join the truth because they know what we teach. Hey, you're an Israelite. You can raise them how you want to raise them, but those kids won't be invited to where we at, No offense to them. We're not trying to bash kids, but heathens are heathens, and that's how the Most High deals with us. But yeah, let me get back to this, because she essentially cuts herself. Matter of fact, let me pull it up on Blue Letter, because it's just simple to read. Like, it's really this simple. And I'm gonna show you what she says and tries to rely on the Bible real quick. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land, this is the key point, bring you into the land whither thou goest to possess it. What do we possess? The land of Canaan. And hath cast out many nations before thee, is describing the nations, the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. So she stops there and then skips to 3. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take to thy son. So I say exactly. The context is about the Canaanites, right? No, it's not just about the Canaanites. There are 7 nations listed there, and so she leaves the context. But I'm gonna read the context now, because I'm just gonna show you why she skipped verse 2. I'm gonna answer questions in a second. Y'all gotta let me build up to this real quick, because we only at the first point. Even though not even the first point, but just what people argue against this particular understanding of Ruth being a Moabite. So let's just read 1 through 3, because she skipped verse 2, and I'm gonna show you why. Even though verse 1 pretty much cuts her logic. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou go to possess it, the land we possess is Canaan. We slaughtered most of the Canaanites, and have cast out many nations before thee. And this list of nations, 7 nations greater than mighty than thou. Then it says, verse 2, and when the Lord thy God shall deliver them are the 7 nations before thee, thou shalt smite them, the seven nations, and utterly destroy them. The same 7 nations of Canaanites. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. The 7 Canaanite nations. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Listen, why would she skip verse 2? Like, even verse 1, like, you see how slick she tried to be? Like, that's crazy. And these are supposed to be righteous Israelites in the Bible. They keep laws of God. I'm pretty sure she keeps the law, but you're not supposed to manipulate the verses like that. Like, just one verse out of context, and then she runs to Solomon. Like, I'm gonna show you this whole dialogue though. And I appreciate people coming in, liking the video. But yeah, we're gonna get to the questions in a second in the chat. I've seen a couple. Like I said, they're not that they're not too deep, but we gonna get there in a second. Listen, no abortions are lawful, period. Heathen or not. That's ridiculous. Should an Israelite woman have a heathen baby circumcised? If she's keeping the laws, that's the law, yeah. Every male has to be circumcised, whether they bought with money or are Israelite. That's what the law says, sir. So I gotta read the law more. But where was I at? Oh yeah. Verse 3, neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter shall not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. So the question is, why would she say that? Like, why? Like, it don't make sense. But I know why she did it, to try to prove that Ruth is an Israelite. This is all because she wants Ruth to be an Israelite. Then she goes to Solomon. Let's see what she says about Solomon. And King Solomon married heathens, which includes a Moabite, and it said he sinned. And I was like, so the them is everybody else? That's what I asked her. In verse 3, thou shalt not make marriages with them. The context is the Canaanites, but all of a sudden the them is all nations according to her. Let's see what she posts. But Solomon had loved many strange women together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites, of the nations concerning which the Lord said, unto the children of Israel, you shall not go into unto them, neither shall they come in unto you. So obviously it's talking about the Hittites. And are assuming that the Zidonians are, I think, are they Canaanites? Well, actually, I don't think they're Canaanites. Let me double check. Salakia. Salakia, let me go back actually. I just want to double check. Oh yeah, Sidon is a Canaanite. Yep. So yeah, the Zidonians and Hittites are both Canaanites. So he married the nations that are in Deuteronomy 7, which is a sin. So let me go back. Where was I at? Oh yeah, this dialogue. So she who brings up Solomon marrying a Moabite. Great. Where was I at? Here we go. So she doesn't answer my question. She goes to Solomon again. She goes to this verse, Nehemiah 13:25. And I contended with them and cursed them and smote certain of them. Matter of fact, let me bring it up on my blue letter. I think that's a little bit better for y'all to look at. Salakia. Who have been this thing? Daradai, Shalom, Yabania, Shalom. Oh yeah, my brother Dwayne Scott, Brian Guzman, Teresa, Katrina, REA. Who else in this thing? Let me just Shalom. Tribe Issachar, obviously. Mr. Asa, I don't know if you're an Israelite, but hey, you in here watching. Priest Ramamath, my brother, Levitical priest, Dakar, brother Rob Yawasel, like I said, Tazak in here, J Dubs, Katrina, Jasmine. That's enough. Y'all up in here. It's all good. Let me share this screen though for this verse, because she posted this. And I could Nehemiah 13:25, and I contended with them and cursed them and smote certain of them and plucked off their hair and made them swear by God, saying, you shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters unto your sons or for yourselves. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. That's the point. He sinned because he was in idolatry, not because he married all these women outside of the Canaanites. It's just that simple. That's why it says, nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. They caused him to sin because he was basically, I don't want to say seduced, but he was just so weak in the knees for him. You know what I mean? He wanted to please them by serving. He put up idols for him. You know what I mean? But nah, Tazapani, nah. He ain't, dude ain't pull up yet. Matter of fact, let me post it on the channel or the dialogue that I have with him. Let me see something. I forgot to post it on the link or the link where I was talking to him at. I just posted a regular post on my page. Let me see something. Dude, Tazapani is crazy, man. That's my guy though. Where is this nigga at? Oh, here we go. Where he at? Here we go. Yeah, I just sent him the link. See what he talking about. I had a black Jewish guy up here running his mouth. Nigga wearing phylacteries all over his body. Like, bro, like, it's crazy. And then he got rabbis with a Christmas tree behind him talking about he keep the commandments. Like, bro, if you don't knock it off. But where are we at? So yeah, that's what she paints the picture as. King Solomon sinned because he married a Moabite. That's her point. That's what she says here. And then, of course, listen, if she tried to go back and forth for me, I'm cutting everything. I'm just gonna be frank. I'm cutting everything moving. You know, the sister came to the to my dialogue on the page. She wasn't being rude, like I said, but I'm not gonna allow you to get your nonsense off or your lack of understanding like it's true. So she ran from my question, but she goes to Solomon, fine. Then she says, again, there are 7 nations listed there about not giving your sons and daughters to these nations of people. Then there's a scripture about King Solomon marrying a Moabite and that being deemed a sin, which goes back to Boaz marrying Ruth, and which you're saying is a Moabite and not an Israelite. Conjecture. She tries to blur the lines about King Solomon saying that he sinned by marrying a Moabite. And I'm like, it still doesn't say anybody but Canaanites in Deuteronomy 7. Solomon married a Canaanite alone to the heathens. His sin was idolatry, which is why it says he sinned by these things, which is what I'm describing to y'all. Not the fact he's married to other nations outside of Canaan. And I say, no, you're singling out Moabite. He sinned because of idolatry. Everybody knows that. I would think she knew that. You know what I mean? But of course, she's trying to make a point about Ruth being a Moabite, which is why she singled that out. But I don't want to give out all the ammo, because if the brother comes on, I'm gonna use the ammo for him. But I'm explaining to y'all the dialogue with the sister and how she's trying to be slick. And then she goes to Nehemiah 13:25, like I just referenced. I just broke that down. It does not mention idolatry, but that's how he sinned. And by marrying the Canaanites, which is in the law. She's not going to the law at all. She skipped the verse in the law to try to make a point. That's why. Where in Nehemiah does it mention idolatry is pointing out marrying other nations. And I'm only singling out Moabite because we're discussing whether Ruth is a Moabite. And obviously I already broke it down to her. She's not understanding because she wants to force feed Moab. Somebody marrying a Moabite is a sin. Now she goes to another question. So I just had a thought. If you're saying that Israel can marry any other nation with the exception of Canaanites, are you only saying that the men of Israel can marry the nations except Canaanites? Can an Israelite woman marry a Moabite? Listen, this is when I get to cutting, and she disappears for a while. Listen, I'm going to tell you what I said. Well, I can give you an answer right now, what this is talking about. But I got to cutting after she said that. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, she's trying to play a game. Let me just read this real quick though. So she tried to make, am I saying men of Israel can marry other nations of Canaanites? That happened. Plenty. Can an Israelite woman marry a Moabite? That happens too. That's why when Christians try to say, oh, heathens can be Israelites, they go to who? Sheshan, where a Judite brother doesn't have any sons, so he just so happens to give his daughter to an Egyptian. Are those kids Israelites? No, they're Egyptians. Is that a sin? What? I mean, it was just a seamless breakdown in Chronicles. So, yes, that is possible. And it happened in the Bible, literally. So, like, according to her, they're breaking the law, but it doesn't say that. only for the Canaanites. That's the main point we're making, or I'm trying to make here. Shalom. That's Shaquad, Riverside. Shalom, brother. Hey, man. Like I said, they get taught a certain way, and when somebody says contrary to that, they just what can I say? They just go with the jargon and the conjecture that they learned before, and it's not their fault, especially for the women. Like the women, most of the time, I'm not gonna say they don't study for themselves, but obviously they're under men or they have a husband or whatever the case may be, and they have to roll with the punches unless the Most High is really dealing with them, and obviously they start questioning things, and like I said, every Israelite doesn't agree on everything, but if you you're having a dialogue with the sister, if you don't understand what I'm coming from and the scriptures I'm using, and you just start asking all these questions without using the Bible, like that just goes to show you can't deal with what the topic is. You know what I mean? So this is why I started cutting her ass. And I love this sister. Like I said, she's from my city, even though I'm not out there, but she out there. So did Samson sin for marrying the Philistine? Did David sin for marrying Bathsheba? We know they weren't Israelites. And the logic you're trying to use isn't in the law, which is ironic. Deuteronomy 7 doesn't mention other nations, period. You're reaching to try to prove Ruth is an Israelite, which we know she isn't, which is what I said. Then I'm responding to other question, which I responded just now. That's what the law says. It's that simple. And a Judite gave his daughter to an Egyptian, right or wrong. Where is the sin being called out or spoken of? There is no, it's not there. And then I posted Judges 14:1. And this is where she disappears for a while. Judges 14:1-4. And Samson went down to Timnath and saw a woman in Timnath of the daughter of the Philistines. So a Philistine is a Hamite, not a Canaanite, but they're sons of the Egyptians. The Philistines are related to the Egyptians by lineage. They're all Hamites, but they're another line of Hamites, And he came up and told his father and his mother and said, I have seen a woman of Timnath of the daughter of the Philistines. Now therefore get her for me to wife. So in her eyes, his parents should have been like, you're going to be in sin if you do this. That's going to be the first thing. You're going to be a sinner and disgrace our household, Samson, for marrying this damn Philistine woman, according to what she's talking about. If we were on with her logic. But let's see what his father and mother say. Then his father and his mother said unto him, is there never a woman among the daughters of thy brethren, obviously a daughter of Zion, Israelite, or among all my people that thou goest to take a wife of the uncircumcised Philistines? So he's like, man, why you want to get a heathen? Just get an Israelite woman, which is what we would say. Same thing. But he didn't say it's a sin. Or they didn't say it's a sin. They just said, man, I prefer you go with your own people, bro. Like, just do that. And Samson said to his father, get her for me, for she pleases me well. Now, this is a dagger. Verse 4, but his father and his mother knew not that it was of the Lord. So let's just put this in perspective. If the Lord allowed Samson to marry a heathen, did the Most High let him sin just for a purpose? Now we know what Sirach says. The Most High doesn't give you a license to sin. So that can't be it. And that's ridiculous. It just sounds crazy to see. But here's the thing. That's why this reference, Deuteronomy 7:3, which she tries to bring her own understanding to, as talking about everybody. No, it's not. It's talking about the Canaanites. The Philistines aren't Canaanites. And that's why the Most High allowed it to happen. Because eventually when you read Judges, Samson was murdering them. He was going crazy. And the Most High allowed him to slaughter a lot of them, you know what I mean, to benefit the nation. And he was in their land for the most part, going crazy. So let me just finish this. That he taught an occasion against the Philistines. For at that time, the Philistines had dominion over Israel. So they had dominion over us. This is in Judges when we were in captivity for the most part. So Samson was defending Israel against the Philistines. He married a Philistine woman so that the Philistines can eventually get destroyed by him so he can be free. That's what it's going into. He didn't sin for marrying this woman. Excuse me. It's a lot. Let me go back. Let me see. This is what she says. I would argue that this time Israel was at war with the Philistines, and according to the law, you may take a heathen woman and marry her. And she goes to another verse. I'm gonna answer that as well. Then she goes this verse, irrelevant. Then I go, no, we weren't. We were in captivity to them. We weren't at war with them. If we're at captivity to them, that means they occupy something of ours or have us in subjection, paying money or whatever the case may be. We can't move freely. That's not a war. That's just us being constrained by another nation, not being sovereign. It doesn't say the armies of Israel went out and fought the Philistines. No. Samson killed most of them, thousands of them. You know what I mean? Because he had the Nazarite vow and he had the strength more than anybody else at that time. Which is what, if you read the story, 14, 15, 16 about Samson, it describes what he was doing. It doesn't say anybody else was doing anything. But whatever. And this is where I get it. It doesn't say that in text, like I said, and it clearly says it was of the Lord. So the Most High let Samson sin. For what reason? Why didn't his parents tell him he was going to sin by doing it? That's my question to her. And then I answered the Deuteronomy 23:3 verse, which is what most people probably say. They aren't allowed to offer sacrifice at our temple. Let me just read what she put, actually. And Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever. The congregation is a temple. They can't offer sacrifices ever because they're incest babies, period. So this is why I referenced it, and she goes here. Okay, so if this is the case, and Israelite men and women can marry outside of Israel, they can be saved too. See how she just attacks a straw man? That's ridiculous. Oh man, this is crazy, man. So this is where the conjecture comes in. Okay, so this is the case. I mean, so she says that they can be saved too. Like, bro, see how ridiculous you have to get in order to try to prove a point. Like, there's no more Bible involved. Like, you just posting verses, and it's not gonna work. Like the precept upon precept thing that people try to run to. And there's another verse in that context says what you can fall backwards with certain precept on precept, which what the Christian church does and what unlearned Israelites do. So she's going into this rhetoric about heathens being saved. Like, bro, like nobody said that. This is why I say you got to relax. Only Israel can be saved. All nations will be in the kingdom in a lesser role, serving us forever. I don't know how this leads to other nations being saved. That's ridiculous. The Bible is clear. Every child born of an Israelite man is an Israelite. The mother isn't important in that sense. And obviously, I'm not saying it as an Israelite woman. Of course, our women are way more prestigious and holy and righteous than other heathen women. But if a heathen woman has a baby by an Israelite man, that baby is an Israelite. She's not important at that point. Take it up with the Most High and plethora of examples of Israelite men marrying heathens. So she goes, pardon my miscommunication. I would take your advice, though. Maybe I really got to relax because of my excitement. You missed the point. No, I didn't miss the point. I answered every question. So that's all I wanted to show y'all. In that was kind of the longer dialogue out of the whole post I made. I know there's a couple of questions in here. Let me see. Hold on. Where are we at? If the Egyptians girl offspring marry an Israelite, is she an Israelite even though her grandfather and husband is? Huh? If the Egyptians girl offspring marry an Israelite, is she an Israelite even though her grandfather and husband is? I'm trying to understand your question. The Israelites are some of the Egyptians' girls' offspring. So for children married Israelites, of course, those children are going to be Israelites, Israelite men. But those kids are heathens, period. So that's pretty simple. Do they have a convert status? There is no convert status. We're not Judaism. We're not Jewish. Converts are not existent. They can keep the laws, of course, but they're not bound by our laws once they leave Israel, like we are. Um, who's keeping track if they are 4 generations of marrying Israelites? What are you talking about? I mean, of course, Israelites keep track if they're in our land. As long as they're living there, we had the like the Chronicles or whatnot. But Moabites and Ammonites aren't allowed at the temple ever. So, where the other question at? I don't know if I've seen one. Yeah, I think that's all. I don't know if brother that I sent the link to is gonna pull up, but I hope so because he was definitely adamant about. It's a lot. Yeah, what was I about to say? So the message. Hold on, real quick. Let me go back here. Let me see something. Oh, we're gonna go into the breakdown in a second because I just wanted to give you all the context of what I was doing and why I changed the live title because I was about to go in on some Edomite stuff, but it's this was a more pressing issue at the time. What the hell? How come I can't click this YouTube? Come on, bruh. Am I tripping? Like, why can't I look at this YouTube? That's crazy. Um, 1 second. This don't make no sense. I can't even look at my own YouTube. Maybe I had to go on the phone. Hold on, let me see. Oh, here we go. Let me see. Let me see. Um, all right. What we got? What we got? Who will be here thinks Ruth is an Israelite? That's what I'm really here for. Smoke. You feel me? We really here for the smoke. because they had a lot to say on my Facebook, and they ain't nowhere to be found right now. Let me see if somebody posted on my page. Anyways, let me see something. Who else in here? SICARII, and make a couple mods before I go in. Zayaza, he can be a mod. Dakar. Who else was in here earlier? Anyways, there we go. I guess I'll answer this one last question. Would the male child of the Egyptian man and Israelite woman have to be counted in the army during war? No. What? Like, what? No. Heathens fighting for us? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not against the law, but there's no reference to that outside of David's mighty men. You know what I mean? David's mighty men had heathens in it going crazy for him. Obviously, that was through the spirit, but heathens aren't counted in our lineage to be 20 and up to fight for us. You know what I mean? I don't know. Are you an Egyptian, mister? Like, you keep asking about some Egyptians. Like, what's going on, bro? This don't make no sense. But yeah, let me just load up these precepts for this topic real quick. And if anybody want to come up and debate this topic, it'll be my pleasure, you know. Let me see something. And y'all can ask questions in the meantime. So like, I don't want to have y'all wait for me. I'm just gonna put these verses in the blue letter and have them up ready. And we're gonna stay in the book of Ruth for the most part, because that's what people don't do. Like, they don't like staying in the book of Ruth. They just like how I was talking to that sister. She didn't she didn't go to the book of Ruth at all. Like, she was just talking. It don't make no sense. But hey, let her sister. Where are we at? Okay. Cool. Let me load this up real quick. Like I said, it's only a few verses. Like, it's not even like, this ain't even a real deep topic for real. You feel me? So Yeah, I know that there's questions, but you stuck on this Egyptian stuff, so I don't know why. That's all I'm asking. Are there any scriptures? You asked this on another channel, bro. Chief already answered this. I was there. I don't know why you're asking me. All that Freemason stuff. Once you get high enough, you're gonna be going against the Most High. Period. There's no benefit in doing that. You want to be a Freemason, get some help starting a business and whatever the case may be, that's on you. So Ruth is a Moabite, bro. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, Mister. Like, you just missed the whole point. Like, it doesn't make sense. Now, for future reference, we know we're scattered in the all nations. So, of course, in that context, we would still say an Israelites in Egypt. They're not Egyptians. They're Israelites in Egypt. A lot of Israelites say what? A lot of Israelites say she wasn't. She wasn't what? What are you talking about? Your grandfather's Grand Mason? Oh yeah, he's a sellout. And he gotta keep secrets from everybody and all that stupid stuff. That's it. That's not the Israelite way. Obviously, you don't have to tell everybody everything, but all that debauchery that goes on in them Masonic temples and other stuff they got to do, depending on how high you are. Hey, you want to get ahead in the lodge, you gonna have to go against the grain, sin, and do all type of debauchery. You know what I mean? A lot of it is say she wasn't a Moabite. I mean, that's fine. I've heard the arguments before, but matter of fact, let me just share my screen. Let's just go in on it. We've been live for about an hour. I ain't really proved the point yet, but I did show you a brief dialogue. There were problems with some of your references. What? Hold on. I definitely didn't have this down. What the hell? What did they add on? Ruth 4, 1 and 9. No, I didn't have that. Ruth. Oh, I know what happened. Yeah, I just put the wrong symbol in there. They added hella verses. Cool. Where are we at? Any other questions? Is that the edition version? What are you talking about? Oh, you have a sibling in it? Well, here's the thing. What's ironic about that? My little cousin, he's married to a Edomite woman, by the way. He's not in the truth, but he took a picture by Masonic Lodge one day on his I think it was on his IG. I took a screenshot. I'm like, I sent it to him in the message, like, bro, what the hell is this? He's like, oh, I just want to see what it's about. I'm like, and I warned him beforehand. I'm like, bro, like, get out of that shit, bro. Like, don't go in there. Cause he's more whitewashed, I guess. He was in Iowa in the middle of nowhere with them crackers, so I guess he has an affinity for him. Like I said, obviously his wife is a Edomite. I met her before the truth. Whatever. He got $2 in the sun. They're all Israelites, obviously, but it's just like, damn, bro, like you really you built the family with a damn devil. But anyways, I love it, brother. That's my cousin. And eventually, over time, I asked him about it. I'm like, hey, bro, like what happened with that Freemason stuff? He was like, man, I went in there and actually no, they went to like I don't know if it was a lodge, but because obviously he wasn't in the club yet, and his kids was there. His wife and his kids was at this little building, but it was Masons in there. And he said one of the Edomite dude walked up to him and was like eyeing his kids like hella crazy. And his kids is like what right now they're probably like what 7, 8, and then one of them was like 3, and there's a newborn. His son is newborn. So he's telling me this. He's like, man, that just threw me off. That rubbed me the wrong way. That made me not want to join him because the Edomite dude was eyeing his kids hella crazy right in front of him. And I was just like, oh damn! Like I'm glad that happened before you really got involved. Because I mean, if something would have happened, he probably would have killed somebody, which I don't blame him. But I'm just saying though, when you get into that realm and that limelight, especially like celebrities, like that, you'll sacrifice your kid, not necessarily killing him, but you'll put him up and have him go around and get passed around. Especially have a daughter, you know what I mean? I've seen plenty of videos like that. Like a Freemason have a daughter, have the underage daughter go out and sleep with hella men in the lodge and shit, and use them as a prostitute and get money for it. So I don't know if that would have been the case for him, but I know he recognized that with that one little meeting or whatever it was, and he was like, "Hell nah." So all praises for that. You know what I mean? Yeah, of course. But then they tell you, I mean, like I said, after a while, once you get up to the 30s, 31, 32, 33, they start telling you the real, and they make you they basically force your religion on you to pretend that you're a Muslim or a Christian or whatever, and then you're really an agent of of Satan for real. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you this video before I go into this. So this is the powerful video that I posted on my IG. I don't even know if I'm logged into my Instagram on here. Let me see. Let me see something. Speaking of this particular topic, that's all I want to talk about this topic right now. Shit. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not even logged in on this computer. Fuck. Let me see. I don't know if I have my password in here. Hold on. So, like, y'all, I'm gonna get to this topic in a second. This just brought me to a particular point I want to harp on because our people are, into this per se. Although we do know there's Black Lodge and White Lodge, and there's separation. Excuse me. Let me find this real quick. I definitely don't remember my password. Hold on, let me see. Oh, here we go. Salakia. Exactly. My one of my best friend's mom was an Eastern Star, and she said because I guess her dad or her grandfather or uncle was in the masonry, and then he introduced her to that, and she said she went like this had to blow him out because like it's my best friend and her mom and his mom, and I was at the house when she said it, because my best friend got approached by her boyfriend at the time, which was a Mason, and he talked to him like, hey, you should come down. I think it was in Stockton or something. He's like, he'd come down to the lodge in Stockton, and we'll kick started off pretty much. And he told me, and his mom was there, and he was like, and she was like, yeah, like I got invited to the Eastern Star, so I went there. She was a kid actually. My bad. That's what happened. She was a kid at the time. She was like maybe in her teens, and I guess her mom or somebody took her to the Black Lodge, the Eastern Star, and then she was like, she had seen some weird shit in there. She's like, nah, hell nah. You know what I mean? So that's pretty much the story she told me. But I'm gonna show y'all this video real quick of this sister, powerful sister too. About her her experience dealing with some high level industry people and what they told her to do or wanted her to do to elevate in her success, if you want to call it that. You know what I mean? Yeah, let me say this here. Where is it at? Let me show you this video. Was this on my? Oh yeah, it was on my story. Let me see. Let me stop sharing this real quick. Damn, was that yesterday? Oh yeah, it was yesterday. Fuck. Hold on. It's not there no more. Damn, I don't remember the sister's name. Bruh. Not damn, that's not up there no more. Let me find this page real quick. Slaki, y'all. Y'all can still ask questions in the meantime. Mister, like, come on, mister. I heard Uriah the Hittite was an Israelite. No, he's a Hittite. Verbatim. Like, we gotta stop. Like we have to. Like we really have to like stop making the Bible more difficult than it is. But yeah, let me find this sister's page. Cause I think I might have took a screenshot of what she was saying. Just in case. I should have posted it on my main page. Let me see. Damn. Oh yeah, here she go. What's her name? Here we go. Let me see. Underscore. Oh yeah, here she go. Yep. I'm glad I took a screenshot of her page. Let me show y'all this real quick. Where's she at? Oh yeah, here we go. Let me share my screen. Job is of the chosen lineage. Off topic, but do you think these Moabite will invade? Like I talk about it. I mean, I have my own theory about that. I'm gonna answer that after this. Can y'all see my screen? Let me see. Look at the title of her. This is a post. Right here, look. Oh shit, let me back up. Hold on. I need to get the volume up.
Backlash. I don't know what backlash I'm finna get for saying this, and I don't mean no harm to nobody, but I don't want to be in the industry that bad. And this is what I mean by when I say I don't want to be in the industry that bad. There's been numerous of times when I've been in rooms with people who are somebody, people who have left the impact on this world. And a lot of you guys, numerous of you guys are noticing that I get in these rooms and then I stop at a certain nah, I'm good because I'm being offered and having conversations of things that I do not believe in. They're asking me, am I Christian? And if I believe I'm a Christian, then I'm not going to get but so far because my beliefs is stopping at spiritual level and religion. So I need to think past religion and I need to understand that there's a bigger God in the universe. And I'm cool. If I got to turn my life over to the devil to be accepted by the industry, y'all can kiss this ass. And I don't mean to cuss, but y'all can kiss my ass. I'm not changing my God. I'm not changing who I believe in for nobody. So y'all can kiss my ass and I'm going to keep impacting people. No, we're back.
Now, that was a great spill from the sister. She's at a level, I think she's at like, what, 80-some thousand followers? 88,000 followers. Not too bad. But 88,000 followers is an influential amount of people that she can impact. And that's why they telling her that, you know what I mean? And she literally says, I'm in rooms with people that make the world move. You feel me? So she's like getting influenced by them or trying to get influenced by them. Hey, there's a bigger God. You're a Christian. You can't excel as a Christian. You have to believe higher things. Like, what? But that's what the devil does, which is a white man, by the way, the Jewish man for the most part. And he uses his other means to, stand in their stead and influence people. There's plenty of videos on that. And we'll get to Ruth in a second. But that's a testimony from the sister. Like, she's not selling out. Even though I'm assuming she's a regular Christian church, whatever, she has a spirit of, I'm not doing that for no money or no clout or no success. And I can applaud that sister for that. But anyways, in reference to Moabites invading, there's a couple of different things I could say. Do I believe they have UN troops here already? Yes. Are there Moabites here as agents to China? Sure. Invade? No, I don't think they're going to invade. I believe they might be already here. There's plenty of underground cities and tunnels and things like that. That's what I believe. There's underground, waiting, because we know for a fact, even though the U.S. military does the bidding of the government overseas, the U.S. military personnel aren't going to kill their own citizens, because they do believe that they're fighting for America, which is whatever. They're not going to come back home and get told, hey, kill your own people that you've been protecting for God knows how long. So I can see UN troops and foreigners coming in, having no compassion for the American people, and, doing the bidding of the government and under the guise of UN troops or humanitarian people, whatever the case may be. But I don't think an invasion per se, because this place is going to get blown up eventually. I don't think anybody's going to invade America, because first and foremost, the citizens alone have way more guns too. So it's going to be chaos. They come into a city like Chicago or Detroit or LA or Houston or, Miami. Even if they 1,000 strong, like, there's more people in the city than that. They're not going to last at all. You feel me? Too many choppers, too many ARs, too many, whatever the case, what people got. You know what I mean? They can't go in strategically that way. But that's just my thoughts. You know what I mean? But anyways, let's go back to this presentation, because I know people have been waiting for this breakdown, even though there's an older video on it. But I'm just going to give you a brief breakdown of why Ruth can't be an Israelite. Ruth 4 and 10. This is the ultimate dagger. I'm just going to start off with the daggers. Moreover, Ruth the Moabitess. Now they would say, oh, Moabitess just means she was living there. No. Let's just prove it. The wife of Mahlon have I purchased to be my wife. What's significant about this particular phraseology? Let me go to the other page real quick. Ruth 1. Can you purchase an Israelite as a wife? That's the question. What do you guys think? Brian Guzman, absolutely not. That already happened. If you're talking about Daniel 9, that already happened. But let's go here. The first chapter of Ruth. And I'm going to go back here as well. You know what I mean? So it says Naomi's widowed. But mind you, this is a book titled Ruth. It starts off, this isn't in the Bible, obviously, but based on the context, Naomi's a widow, means her husband died. And this is another dagger. Actually, I already have this marked on the other page, but I'm just going to read it again. Now it came to pass in the days when the judges ruled. Now we know this is part of the book of Judges because it says it right here in the first line that there was a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the country of Moab. People say, "Oh, the Reubenites took over the plains of Moab." Yeah, they did. Meaning it's no longer called plains of Moab anymore. It's the land of Reuben. Period. That's the point. If we conquer a land, it's not going to be called that land anymore. Canaan isn't called Israel, even though we can reference that because that's what we took from them. It's Israelite land. And the name of the man was Elimelech, and the name of his wife Naomi, and the name of his two sons Mahlon and Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah, and they came into the country of Moab and continued there. So they're in the country of Moab. They live in Moab. Like, and Elimelech's Naomi, and Elimelech, Naomi's husband died, and she was left and her two sons. That's why she's a widow. Her husband died. The Judite died, and they, the two sons, took them wives of the women of Moab. Listen, like, what else do we need to talk about? The name of one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth. How are the Israelites? Like, how? Bring it out. Appreciate it, brother. Yabaraka Yao by Shimi Al Shai for being a member of the channel. I got to update some stuff on that, but appreciate it, brother. Shalom. So, like, let's be real here. It says they're in the country of Moab and married women of Moab. How are the Israelites? Why do I need to continue with this dialogue and breaking this down? This is the fourth verse of the book. And they took them wives of the women of Moab. Can somebody explain how they're Israelites? Who believes Ruth's an Israelite in this chat? I need a thorough explanation. And I need a breakdown of this. Don't talk about the land and the plains and no. Break this down. Anybody? Let's see if the brother I sent the link to responded, because I doubt he did. Where is it at? I was just saying to some of the Akim last night after camp, I was like, man, I ain't caught a body on my channel yet. You know what I mean? And this topic was kind of, like, it's easy to us, but you never know what people are going to say. Maybe they can enlighten us with a new understanding, breakdown, even though the Bible's clear here. Like, I would love to see how people get around it and break it down and, Christian things, even though this isn't a Christian doctrine. But some girl did say Ruth was saved earlier. I'm just like, whoa. Like, how? Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. But well, of course, mister, they can say whatever they want, but the Bible is going to tell on them. So let me go back, because verse 4 is just, like I said, plain. You can't get around that at all. You feel me? So it's just crazy how people try to get around the truth of the Bible. But the answer to this question, can you purchase an Israelite as a wife? I mean, technically a dowry, you're buying her from her household and her virginity. But the difference is Ruth was already married. We just read it. The two sons took them wives of the women of Moab. Matter of fact, let me go back. Let me go back to that chapter real quick. Verse 5. And Melon and Chilion died also, both of them, and the woman was left of her two sons and her husband. So Naomi's sons died and her husband died. So if Ruth was purchased after this, which is what we're going to read again real quick. Let's go back here. I'm seeing a couple of questions in the chat. Yeah, the dowry is a law. Yeah, for virgins, the dowry of virgins. Yeah, of course. Mister, are you an Israelite? Like, because I don't know why you keep like talking about what Israelites do. Are you an Israelite? That's what I want to know. Anyways, I'm going to read Ruth 4 and 10. Moreover, Ruth the Moabitess, because it clearly says that she was married as a woman of Moab, a wife. The Milan married as a wife, a woman of Moab. The wife of Milan have I purchased to be my wife, to raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance. So the husband, which is Milan, died. Naomi's husband died. The other son died. So in order for the lineage and the what's it called? The inheritance. Oh yeah, the inheritance, like it says, to stay in the household name, the name of the house, which is Naomi's house and her husband's house. A Judite has to take this woman and have a baby by her to be raised in the name of the dead, like it says, which is the law. This is the ultimate cut to prove she's not an Israelite. We're going to get to that in a second. So, Sumi, that the name of the dead be not cut off from among his brethren, and from the gate of his place, your witnesses this day. Now, why is this important? I just asked you, can you buy an Israelite as a wife? Only if she's a virgin, obviously, in that context. So let's go back here. Leviticus 25 and 44. This is who we can buy. Both thy bondmen and bondmaids without shall be of the heathen that are round about you. And then of them shall you buy bondmen and bondmaids. She was bought as a wife. And she's not a virgin, mind you. That means she's a heathen. You can't buy an Israelite as a wife. That's ridiculous. And it says the heathen that are round about you. Where is Moab compared to Israel? Who doesn't know? Let me show you the map. I'm just going to show you the map. Let's go here. Can I zoom in on this? Let me see. Here we go. Let me show you this. Let's look at the map. No, I don't want to download this. Israel's right here. Moab's right here. Ammon, Moab. And obviously the Edom's a little bit further down. Right here. Philistia. Obviously Gaza right there. Ashkelon, Ashdod. Now the real Philistines aren't there anymore. But, you know. The point is Moab's right here. Judah's right here. So when a Bethlehem Judite goes to Moab, it's right around the corner, around this body of water either way. So it's not far-fetched. But they want to say, oh, Reuben conquered them. Great. I want to show it on the map too, but maybe later if somebody wants to challenge that point. Let's go back to the verses. So we already proved that you can only buy, well, you can pay a dowry of virgins to his like father for his like daughter that's a virgin, not buy him after they're married and her husband died. That's ridiculous. So that's just a plain cut. Let's go here. The same chapter, few verses down. So she gets pregnant, has a baby, and let's see what it says. Ruth 4 and 16 and 17. And Naomi took the child and laid it in her bosom and became nurse unto it. And the woman, her neighbors, gave it a name, saying, there is a son born to Naomi. How does that work? If she's an Israelite, why is it saying there's a son born to Naomi? Did Naomi have a kid? No. But why is it being attributed to Naomi? Because heathens don't have rights in our land in reference to being independent. That's the case, because she's a bond servant right now, and she's of the house of the husband that died. And Naomi's the head of the house because her husband died, and she's in charge. But the heathen Moabite, which we know as a Moabite, had a baby, but it says Naomi had a child now. Why? Because back in the very first verse that we read, it says they purchased her to be his wife to raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance. The Judite man that died, the son belongs to him and his inheritance through Naomi, because she's the living Israelite at that time. And obviously the last verse says what? There was a son born to Naomi, and they called his name Obed. He is the father of Jesse, the father of David. So that's the line of David. They're all Judites. And that's where David comes from. Obed, Jesse, and then David. But wait a minute. You can't have a heathen in your blood. You're not pure. What? Like, who was Judah's wife? The man Judah. If there are 12 patriarchs and one Israelite woman, Dinah, where were the Israelite woman that had sex with to create the 12 tribes? Can somebody tell me that? Can somebody answer that for me? Where were the Israelite women that the 12 patriarchs married? Can we get that answer? Because I would love the answer. Now we know for a fact Israelites. Oh, I think this is the brother right here. This is the brother that said Ruth the Israelite. You ready to come up, brother? Because we definitely can break bread. Oh yeah, let me send this brother the link. Oh, here we go. Invite. Salakia, let me see something. What the hell? Where's my notifications at? Let me see. I must be. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Send this brother the link. Now we're getting somewhere. See what happens here. The link is in that brother's inbox. I did send it to you, Isaiah, Yasharal, and you can join. I'll give the brother a few minutes. Let's see. My phone is tweaking. I don't know if he knows how to use StreamYard, but I did send him the link. Waiting for this brother to pull up, or at least give him a few minutes. I don't know if he's pump faking, but hey, we gonna see. Oh shoot, we got a notification. We have a notification from the good brother. Isaiah, right? That's your name?
Yeah, what's up? Shalom.
Shalom, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm straight.
Yes, sir. I had a title prepared for something else, but I had a lot of a lot of uproar on my posts, and then you came on there and said Ruth is the Israelite, and we don't agree, but you can definitely give your standpoint. I don't know if you want to. Are you on your phone or are you on a computer?
I'm on my phone.
Okay, if you need any verses shared, I can pull them up for you. But yeah, just you can give your breakdown. Like I said, if you want some verses looked into,
All right.
and we can go ahead and do that. And then, like I said, we can just dialogue.
So you know the history.
What's that?
You know the history of before the Book of Ruth, right?
What history? In Judges or just the Israelites conquering or what?
Yeah, all of that, because that's important to understand where Elimelech took his family, because they didn't go all the way to the land of Moab.
Elimelech? I mean, all right. Let me just pull up the verse. What verses are you talking about? Because I just read something earlier that
The
says
first verse. The first verse.
Yeah.
First verse of Ruth.
I read that earlier when you weren't here, but let me just pull it up real quick. Let's read it together. And where are we at? Let me see something. Let me see how it looks. Okay, there it is. I'll read it, and then like see if you want to break it down, I'll ask some questions, and then we can go from there. Like I said, so this is Ruth 1:1. Now it came to pass in the days when the judges ruled that there was a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the country of Moab, he and his wife and his 2 sons. So
Yeah,
why does it say the country of Moab if he didn't go all the way into Moab?
because the law said you're not supposed to change the name of a landmark, and now it's a landmark in the plains of Moab, across the Jordan by Jericho,
Sir,
where Moses died at.
sir. It says
That's
the
called the land of Moab. That's called the land of Moab, the country of Moab. All of that in the book of Numbers
so
and
the
Deuteronomy.
so the country of Moab isn't the country of Moab.
It's in Reuben's land. It's called the country of Moab. It's the plains of Moab. It's right across the Jordan, right there. It don't even make sense for them to go all the way down around through Edom to Moab when they could just cross right over and go right there. You know the layout of the land, right?
I showed that earlier too. Let me pull it up for you as well, because I don't know if you saw. I don't know how long you were watching, but let me pull up the map real quick. Let's see. Let me find a good picture. Let me see something real quick. Because I pulled up one. It was it didn't show all of them. Let me see. 1 second. Let me stop sharing this real quick. I'm going to share this photo of the land. Excuse me. And let me know if this is accurate to you. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Is this accurate?
That's accurate. That's before the Israelites went over there.
Before Reuben conquered? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not showing Reuben's land because.
All right, yeah, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to show Reuben because I don't know if it shows it on there.
Because right there, on the other side of Jericho, that's that area. That whole area right there is called the Plains of Moab, inside Reuben's land.
Let me find.
If you search Plains of Moab, it'll come up on the map. It's also called the country of Moab. It depends on the translation.
I want to show all the 12 tribes with the other heathens next to us because it's still next to us, but that one didn't show it. That's why. Let me see. Where's it at? Okay, here it is. And let's see. Okay, wait a minute. Here we go. I think this is it. What? How did it just get? What the hell just happened? My bad. I just had the map up, but it disappeared. That's crazy. Let me see. I just pulled it up. That's crazy how it just disappeared like that. Okay, here we go. Damn. Can you see that? Let me see. Okay, yeah, there we
go. You gotta zoom in, so.
Give me 1 second. Here it is. Right here, right?
Yeah, right there in Reuben's land, right there, the part that touched the river, that whole area is called the Plains of Moab.
What area? Just this north part? I mean, what part? Because it doesn't.
The area right there where that touched the river.
I mean, Moab touches the river too. So I mean, what do you? I don't know what you're.
No, it touched the sea. I'm talking about Reuben, where Reuben touched the Jordan River at. Up top the. Nah, not way up there in Reuben's land while he's still in Moab. Up in Reuben's land. Up
right here?
Where Gad and Reuben meet. Where Gad and Reuben meet. Huh? Yeah, up there, right there. That whole area is called the Plains of Moab. And you could check that with Deuteronomy 34:1.
But it doesn't say that in Ruth. It says the country of Moab and Ruth. So I'm just trying to
Yeah,
figure
because that it depends on the translation. It's the country of Moab. If you go through the scripture,
translation. What do you mean a translation? What
pull up
translation do
Ruth,
you use?
pull up Ruth, the first verse on Bible Hub.
On Bible Hub?
Yeah, Bible Hub. So they show all the different translations, and some translations call that
the plains of Moab. I mean,
the Plains of Moab,
let's pull it up.
the country of Moab.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll find out real quick for the people, because the people are watching. We want to know.
I'm just trying to set the place and the premise, because they didn't go all the way to Moab. That's ridiculous.
That's not a problem. Like I said, the KJV says they went to the country of Moab. But let me share this actually. Let me share the Bible Hub version. I think this is it. 1 second. There we go. Let me see how it looks on our end. There it is. Bible Hub. Where is it at? I was just there.
And they all say something different. Some of them say field. Some of them say country of Moab. Some of them say plains. When you go down.
What the hell? What the hell happened to my tab? Salaki, I can't even find where I was at. That's crazy. What the hell?
Also, the word used to describe her is basically only used in the book of Ruth. It's not used like Numbers 25:1 when it say the daughters of Moab. That's what is it? 41:24.
Let me find this tab. I don't even know. Like, it don't even make sense how it disappeared that fast. Let me close out some of these. 1 second, bro. My bad. Oh, here it is. Damn, that was crazy. I want to read this part first.
Mm-hmm.
This is. I'm just going to read different translations. NIV says country of Moab. NLT says country of Moab. ESV says country of Moab.
Yeah, I know. Go there.
Korean Standard Bible says land of Moab, so it's the land of Moab. That's literal. KJV says country of Moab. New American Standard Bible, NASB says land of Moab. NASB says land of Moab. Legacy Standard Bible says sojourn in the fields of Moab. So
there you go.
What you're referencing?
Fields of Moab, plains of Moab. That's talking about the place where Moses died. It ain't talking about the actual land, because Moab lost half their land in a war to Sihon, and then we took that from them. That land was given to Reuben, but they still called the place in Reuben's land the plains of Moab.
So let me just get the understanding here. So in reference to the translations, you want to single out the translation that's not the most common over the ones that are the most common. Is that what you're talking about?
You can even check the JPS Tanakh. Even that one says plains of Moab.
JPS Tanakh, it says.
Even that one say plains of Moab.
No, it says the field of Moab. What's the field?
Field, plain. It's the same thing, man.
But why do the other versions say the country of Moab?
Different translations, man.
But you're trying to pick one that suits your doctrine.
Nah, I'm following what the history say.
No problem. That's not a problem. That's
I'm following what the history say.
Let's move on to the next point. So what's your next point in reference to the historical aspect? And
The,
matter of fact, yeah, let's go to the Hebrew. Let's go to the Hebrew. Actually, that should give us the most context clues.
mm-hmm.
Let me show you the Hebrew. Let's see what it says here. Because the JPS Tanakh is more leaning towards the Hebrew, but let's see. Can you see my screen? 1 second. Okay, yeah, you can see the screen. Where we at? Right here. Country
7704.
7704. Sade, or however you spell that. Field, land, plain. Plain is like the fourth option. Let's see the Strongs. A field is flat, country, field, ground, land, soil.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's the one you would select?
I mean, it depends on the translation. They all mean the same thing. It's all talking about next to the Jordan, near Jericho. When you
It
go
doesn't say
through Numbers, huh?
it doesn't say plain in the definition though. It literally
It
says
say plain
country.
right there. C.
Biblical usage. I'm talking about the definition.
You said
And
what biblical uses?
this is the biblical usage, how it can be used. But the main
Yeah,
one
and
is field or land. The field of Moab is the same thing as plain. Is that what you're telling me?
is interchangeable.
So the country of Moab
A
is
field
interchangeable.
is a plain. A country is the same thing. Country.
You
It's not
disagree with
talking
that.
about like. It's not talking about landmass country. It's talking about a rural area. That's why it say right there
Oh,
in the Strong's definition. It say country, field, ground, land, soil.
so if somebody was in the country of Israel, where is that at?
Wherever it's flat.
Oh man, all right.
In
Yeah.
a field, where you grow food at and stuff like that, man.
So we grow food on the outskirts of our own land, in the country part, like where people got to go travel far and near just to get to.
They didn't travel all the way down around the Dead Sea. They crossed over the Jordan, man. Everybody knows the Israelites went back and forth across the Jordan, man. That's common.
I'm just saying in general, if we're using that same line of logic to say the country of Israel is wherever it's flat, and you're saying that, oh, that's where you can grow crops and all this type of stuff, that means it's not Israel, right?
Bottom line is,
sir, wait a minute, sir. If the country of Moab isn't Moab, it's just wherever it's flat and wherever you grow crops. That means if I say the country of Israel,
no, it's a landmark, man. It's a landmark, and the scripture is written according to the law, and you can't change the landmark name, man. That's Deuteronomy 19:14.
But we just showed that it happened because the map before Reuben took over said it was Moab, and then Reuben took over, and now it's Reuben, right?
Yeah, now it's Reuben, but they still called it.
So wait a minute. Did we take over our landmark? Did we change the landmark?
Nah, because they still called it the Plains of Moab.
Is it Reuben's land?
Yeah, it's Reuben's land, but it's still called Moab in the scripture. Sir. Look, you getting frustrated. Just pull up the scripture, man. Calm down. You're getting all emotional and stuff. Just pull up Deuteronomy 34:1 and read it.
Sir, we're talking about
You're doing everything but pulling up the scripture, man. Get out your emotions. Pull up the scripture, man. Stop playing.
The scripture's on the page. I'm looking at Ruth right now. It says country of
I
Moab.
said Deuteronomy 34:1.
Deuteronomy 34:1?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what that says. Let's go there. And Moses went up from the plains of Moab unto the mountain of Nebo to the top of Pisgah that is over against Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land of Gilead unto Dan.
So where was he at?
The plains of Moab.
But would it say against the Jericho, top Pisgah by Mount Nebo?
Yeah.
by Mount Nebo. That's Reuben land.
When did Reuben take over Moab?
When before we got into the land, they asked, remember Reuben said, we don't want to go across the Jordan. We want this land right here because it's good and we got a lot of cattle. And Moses said, all right, y'all can have this land, but you still got to go across the Jordan and fight with your brothers.
Fact.
That's in the history.
I agree with that. So you're saying it happened in the wilderness before we went to Canaan?
What's your question?
Reuben took over Moab while we were in the wilderness?
When we was on the east side of the Jordan River, they got that land. Yeah, because we had fought all the Amorites right there and took all their land from the Arnon to the Jabbok River.
I'm just trying to confirm. Reuben took over Moab in the wilderness, right?
No, the whole army did. They took over. Because Sihon came out to fight Israel, and Israel took all his land from the Jabbok River to the Arnon.
In the wilderness, correct?
Yeah, in the wilderness.
Okay, no problem. So
right there.
What's that?
Right there. I think that's called Jabash. Anyway, from if you pull up the map, it'll show you from the Arnon River to the Jabbok. Israel took all that land from the king of Sihon, and Moses gave that side of the Jordan to Reuben, Gad, and the half tribe of Manasseh.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that history. Yeah. Let me go back.
So in Reuben's land, that's known commonly as the plains of Moab. Then scripture just verified it in Deuteronomy 34:1. And when you go down, when you check, let me see. When you check verse 8, it call it the plains of Moab or the country of Moab. Let me check.
Where are you talking about, in Ruth or in Deuteronomy?
34, Deuteronomy 34, verse 8. It call it the country of Moab twice. That's where Moses died.
Well, I got to pull it up. Hold on, let me see. And the children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab for 30 days. So the days of weeping and mourning for Moses were ended.
Yeah,
so
right there. That's Reuben's land where they wept at.
Let me pull it up in the Strongs. Let's see what it says.
It don't say the same word as Ruth verse 1. It don't use the same Hebrew word.
So why are you correlating it with the same thing then? If the country of Moab and the plains of Moab is a different Hebrew word, why are you trying to correlate it?
Because the scripture says she was a citizen of Moab. She lived in Reuben's land in the plain of Moab. It don't call her a daughter of Moab like Numbers 25:1.
Sir, let me go back. Let me hold on. Let me see. Do I have it pulled up? Oh, no, I don't have it pulled up. Okay, let me go back to Ruth. Let's go back to Ruth. Ruth the 1.
It's multiple other points. We can move on to a different one. I just let you know that one right there.
That was the first point you brought up. So I'm giving you a chance to go to a couple different points. The first point is they were in the country of Moab, which is the land of Reuben, according to your understanding. And
during that time, it was the time of the judges.
Of course, yeah, that's what it says. But the
Reubenites, they was worshiping false gods over there on the other side of the Jordan River. So they wasn't considered. They was Gentiles basically, man.
I mean,
when they worship false gods, you get cut off. You know that.
I mean, not necessarily, but
Yeah, necessarily. It said in the law.
So the whole nation should have been cut off then.
Huh?
The whole nation should have been cut off if that's the case.
They was cut off. That's why they was calling her a Moabite.
Oh, so you're saying that she's a Reubenite, but she's being called a Moabite because she was in idolatry.
Yeah, plus where she lived at.
I mean, it doesn't say that anywhere though. So it doesn't say that in Ruth or anything. So
then why would Naomi call her our a kinswoman?
Because she was married to her son, which was a Judite.
No, kinsman mean blood relation.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Was Jacob kin to Laban?
Yeah, by blood through his mother.
Through his mother?
Yeah. That was his mother. Laban was his mother's brother, right?
Let me go back. I have a blue letter right here. My bad. Let me see. Laban.
Laban was his uncle, right? Through his mom, right?
So like,
that's a blood relation.
20. Oh yeah, you're right. But here's the thing.
No.
Let me go back here to Ruth. Ruth 1 and this is what I read earlier. Ruth 1 and let's just read down. We only started at verse 1.
Go ahead.
Ruth 1 and 2. And the name of the man of Elimelech, and the name of his wife Naomi, and the name of his two sons, Mahlon and Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. See how it's given their lineage? And they came into the country of Moab and continued there. So you're saying the country of Moab is Reuben's land, even though it doesn't say it. Whatever.
Yeah, they crossed the Jordan. That's the common way to get back and forth over there. They didn't go all the way down around the Dead Sea to Edom. That's ridiculous.
But it doesn't say that, so I'll just continue reading.
Because you're supposed to just know that from reading the scripture. That's where they all went back and forth across the river right there. The whole nation did.
Like I said, it doesn't say that here, but we'll just run with that. Let's say you're right. And Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left and her two sons, and they took them wives of the woman of Moab. Why doesn't it say wives of Reuben?
Why don't it say daughters of Moab?
It says women of Moab.
Yeah, women of that landmark, women of the plain of Moab, right there.
So women of Moab means what?
I just told you they lived in the plains of Moab.
So they just live there. They're not of Moab. She's not of
Moab. Nah. So just like so was Timothy father a Greek because it said he was a Greek, or was Timothy father a Israelite that was a Gentile? Because you can't have it both ways. Well, if she was a Moabite, then Timothy's father was a Greek. No. And all the Israelites in the New Testament is all the Gentiles is Greeks.
No, because we have history on that as well.
And it's history on this as well.
Well, no. This calls him a woman of Moab because she's a Moabite. And it says it in chapter 4. But I'm going to prove it even further. I'm just going down chapter 1. So, because this is where you wanted to start. It's not a problem. I haven't even gotten to my rebuttal for the most part, but it's not a problem. And Mahlon and Chilion died, also both of them. And the woman was left of her two sons and her husband. So her husband died. Her two sons died. Then she arose with her daughters-in-law that she might return from the country of Moab, for she had heard in the country of Moab of the Lord had visited his people in giving them bread. Because there was a famine. She went back for some food. Fine. Wherefore she went forth out of the place where she was, and her 2 daughters-in-law with her, and they went on the way to return to the land of Judah.
Okay, so if she was in the actual land of Moab, who told her what was going on in Judah? Because they don't, the Moabites don't care about what was going on in our land. Why the Moabites gonna tell her, oh, God visited Judah, it's good for you to go home? Why the Moabites gonna tell her that if she was in Moab?
I mean, that's what you're trying to say.
That's what the scripture just said. She heard how the Lord visited her people back home. How she hear that? How she hear that if she was in Moab?
The same way we hear the Most High's voice in any country we go to. There's other Israelites there.
So it was Israelites living in Moab past the Arnon River.
Why not?
Because they all got killed off in the war, and it ain't been no Moabites living in Reuben's land for 300 years, man.
Were Canaanites living in Canaan when we took over?
Yeah, but they didn't wipe them all off, and he said they didn't wipe them all off. But the scripture tell you that we killed all the Amorites and the Moabites in Deuteronomy 2:34. It wasn't no Moabites left.
Man, that's crazy. I know what you're saying. I just don't agree. That's not a problem.
No.
So what you're saying is,
the history.
Hold on. So what you're saying is, on this particular point, is that the only way she would hear of the Most High bringing bread back to Israel is she was in the Israelite land. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
All right. I mean, that's not the point here, but I see what you're saying. I don't agree. Fine. That's not the main. Of
course you don't.
I don't have to. So I mean, that's pretty much what it comes down to. I don't have to agree. You know. So let's see. I don't want to read all this whole book, but I want to. Me
neither.
Yeah, I want to get to the point. So is that the main 2 points you make, that she's an Israelite? Like, what's the main point?
No. The main point is she was in Reuben's land. Is called the Plains of Moab because you can't change the landmark. That's Deuteronomy 19:14. The second point is they was cut off because they was in idolatry. That's Judges 11. Let me see, Judges. Yeah, that's Judges 11 because they had to go get Jephthah because it was so bad. They had to go get Jephthah to fight for him because they got because the Most High didn't want to deliver him because they kept going back worshiping false gods. So
the entire nation, though, right?
Yeah, the tribe of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh. And on the other side of the Jordan too, he did too, because he gave them over to the Philistines, and on the east side of the Jordan, he gave them over to the Amorites and the Moabites. I mean, the Ammonites and the Moabites?
Yeah, it was the Ammon. Yeah, of course. So it wasn't just.
And when they went to go get Jephthah, he told them. He said, "We've been living here for 300 years. Why y'all never tried to come and say this was your land during the 300 years?" It wasn't no Moabites living there for 300 years. They were just called that because they was living in the plains of Moab.
That doesn't make sense, but that doesn't prove she's an Israelite. That's what I'm gonna tell you.
Okay, another point is the law tell you not to seek Moabite's peace forever. So why Boaz trying to seek her peace, and why Naomi trying to seek the peace of Moabites? because she said, I'm gonna find rest for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's breaking Deuteronomy 23:6.
So they're supposed to be killed at all costs. Is that what you're telling me?
And the law say don't seek their peace or their wealth, man. That's in. They talk about it in Ezra too. Why they made the Israelites send their wife and children away that they had with the Moabites if it's okay? Why Ezra told them to get rid of
any heathen at that time.
Yeah, but they specifically pointed out Moabites and Ammonites.
I mean, because the kids were speaking heathen languages and keeping heathen customs.
Because it was a sin. That's what Ezra 9:1 says. It's a sin, a trespass.
What's the sin?
Marrying a Moabite.
Show me that in the law.
Show you it in the law?
Yeah.
First Kings 11:1.
No. Show me in the Torah.
In the Torah?
Yeah, that's the law. It's the Torah.
I know that. The whole book is the law, though.
Brother. No, it's not, brother.
It's not?
Torah, no.
All right.
Where do you get the laws from? You get laws in First Kings?
It's reiterated in First Kings. First Kings tell you that Solomon married women in Moab of the women that God said you must not marry.
All right, go to the law and show me that.
I don't have to, because First Kings 11 says that.
You don't have, bro. You're telling me something's a sin. Show me in the law.
I just told you. Is First Kings 11? Is First Kings 11 scripture?
Is it the law?
Is First Kings 11 scripture? It don't matter if it's the law.
Oh my!
It don't matter if it's the law,
brother. So now it's not the law, right? You said it is the law, but it's not the law.
Now you just trying to play little word games, man. I already know your game.
The law, and you can't because it's not there. That's the point.
It is there. It's Deuteronomy 7:3, man.
Oh, let's go there real quick. Because I know he's going to say that. And it's not going to work. Don't worry about it. Because through the Spirit, I just went over a dialogue that I had with somebody else with the same ideology. And I'm going to show you how it don't work. It's crazy. I can't believe he just said that. Let's go to Deuteronomy 7 and just read the context, because of course he's going to try to make it seem like it's somewhat everybody. But let's read verse 1, 2, and 3. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land where thou goest to possess it, and that has cast out many nations before thee. What are the nations before thee? Hittites, Girgashites, and Amorites, Hivites, and Jebusites. 7 nations greater than and mightier than thou. Because that's the land we possess. That's what it says here. That's the context. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them, who's of them? The 7 nations before thee, thou shalt smite them, the Canaanites, and utterly destroy them, the Canaanites. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, the Canaanites, nor show mercy unto them, the Canaanites. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them, the Canaanites. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. So about the Canaanites, sir. Right or wrong?
That's what the law says. But it also applied to other nations, because First Kings 11:1 mentions other nations than that.
Why isn't it in the law? Why isn't it in the law?
And Ezra uses that verse to justify saying you ain't supposed to marry Moabite.
No, he doesn't. He uses it because there's Canaanites in there. Let me just pull that up. Actually, let me show you that. You said Ezra and Nehemiah.
Yeah.
this earlier. We read this earlier for the people before you got here. So, let me see, because it doesn't mention. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. Nehemiah 13 and 23. In those days also I saw Jews that had married wives of Ashdod, Ammon, and of Moab, and their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Jews' language, but according to the language of each people, and contended with them and cursed them and smote certain of them, and plucked off their hair, and made them swear by God, saying, Ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves. Did not did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. What did he do? What did King Solomon do?
He married Moabite women.
That's it?
And he paid to build altars for his wives.
What other nations did he marry, though?
Edomites,
Who
Egyptians.
Mm-hmm. Did he marry Canaanites?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he married Canaanites. And then he committed idolatry. That was the main thing that they were talking about. So
but right here, it ain't talking about Canaanites right here. And it ain't talking about Canaanites in Ezra 9 either.
I understand that. But this is why he said it, verse 34. And their children.
But this ain't the verse I'm talking about, though. This ain't the verse I was talking about. I was talking about Ezra 9.
All right, let's go to Ezra 9. Because it's the same timetable. Ezra 9, what is it, 13?
9 and 1.
9 and 1. Oh, let's read here. Now this talks about Canaanites, so I mean that's the law. So now when these things were done, the princes came to me, saying, the people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the land, their abominations, even of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites, for they have taken of their daughters for themselves and for their sons, so that the holy seed have made themselves with the people of those lands. Yea, the hand of the princes and rulers have been chief in his trespass. And when I heard this thing, I rent my garment and my mantle, and plucked off the hair of my head and of my beard, and sat down as stone. They were assembled unto me, everyone that trembled in the word, at the words of the God of Israel, because of the transgression of those that have been carried away. And I sat a stone until the evening sacrifice. So you're saying that? Well, you said this earlier. You married Moabites, but here's they married Canaanites, which Deuteronomy 7 talks about. Where else in the law that we can't marry any other nation?
That verse is not talking about Canaanites.
Sir, it mentions Canaanites here. The Hittites and Perizzites and Jebusites are all Canaanites, right?
Yeah, but the Moabites ain't.
I know they're not, but I told you to show
And
me the law.
if you go down, it paraphrased Deuteronomy 23:6. Because it's talking about the Moabites.
Deuteronomy 23 and 6, is that what you said?
No, I said if you go down, it paraphrases Deuteronomy 23:6 because it's talking about the Moabites. It's talking about the Israelites that took Moabite and Ammonite women.
Okay. So you're saying this to say that, because you referenced this earlier, Ruth, if Boaz was a lawkeeper, he wouldn't, Naomi, that is. What's that? I can't hear you. Hello? Hello? You on mute now.
You can hear me now?
Yeah. You were saying something?
I said, Ezra 9:12 right there is talking about the Moabites and the Ammonites. It's paraphrasing Deuteronomy 23:6.
Okay.
And that's specifically talking about Moab and Ammon.
I agree. So are you saying that Naomi, Boaz, whoever was dealing with Ruth and the other lady,
they was violating that law?
Okay. We violated plenty of laws. So
that's if you say she was a Moabite, then they violating that law right there.
So having a baby by a woman is not seeking her peace.
She said, shall I not seek rest for you? That's seeking a peace. And he said he gonna do the brother-in-law. That's seeking her peace, man.
I mean, that's what you're saying. I don't agree with that, because she was a bondmaid, and she was treated as such. She was treated as less than an Israelite, which is why she got her baby taken. Do Israelites get their babies taken and given to somebody else?
Nah, but it was custom for Israelite women to have nurses. That's part of their heritage.
Nurses?
They was doing that in Egypt.
Bro, Naomi was her mother-in-law. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the custom of being a nurse to a Israelite woman. They've been doing that since Egypt, man. Because the Pharaoh told the nurses in Egypt to kill the babies, and they wouldn't do it. That ain't nothing new, man.
So was Naomi an Israelite?
Yeah, she was an Israelite, man.
So who are the nurses of the Israelite children? Heathens or other Israelite women?
What are you talking about in Egypt?
Anytime.
I'm assuming they was Israelites.
Israelites were nurses.
Because the Egyptians didn't like us. Why would they nurse our children?
No. I'm talking about outside of Egypt. So every time a nurse is a nurse to an Israelite child, it can be another Israelite. Is that what you're telling me?
Nah, I'm saying that was a custom.
Bro. I'm just gonna read the Bible here, because where we at? I think we're in Ezra still. I'm just gonna prove my point now, because I've been giving you an opportunity. You went to the history, fine. Let me just prove my point now, because this is getting crazy. This is getting real wild here. So let's just go here. I'm just gonna prove my point, because we referenced Deuteronomy 23. Let me pull that up, Ruth. I want to know your understanding before I bring my main point out. Deuteronomy 23 and 2. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation, even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. An Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation shall they not enter to the congregation of the Lord forever. So a bastard in this context is an Ammonite or Moabite, right? Or do you agree with that?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
You agree, right? Hello? I think you not again, brother.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I think you putting your hand over the mic every now and then. It's like rustling and sound like some wind hitting it, or I don't know.
No, I don't know what happened. It was somebody called, and then the volume been different ever since.
Well, I can hear you well now, but I'm just saying, like, when you were moving around, it sounded like it was like wind hitting the mic, and it was just tussling like some leaves or whatever. But just to reiterate, you did say Ammonites and Moabites are bastards, and can't enter the congregation, right?
Yeah.
And that means they can never offer sacrifices. Is that your understanding? Or what's the congregation to you?
Being a part of the tribes.
No, that's not the understanding that I have. I'm just going to show in the Bible real quick. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but I'm just going to read the Bible real quick, just to show you what the congregation is. Let me share this part of my screen. One moment. And I appreciate your patience, brother. Lamentations 1 and 10. The adversary has spread out his hand upon all her pleasant things, for she hath seen that the heathen entered into her sanctuary. The sanctuary is the temple, right? Would you agree? Can you hear me, brother?
Not really. Since I got a call.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, let me read it again, and I'll ask you again. Lamentations 1 and 10. The adversary has spread out his hand upon all her pleasant things. She hath seen that the heathen entered into her sanctuary. Is the sanctuary the temple?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you lagging bad. You lagging. That's what's going on. Whom thou did command that they should not enter into thy congregation. So the congregation is the temple, the sanctuary. It's not had nothing to do with the tribes. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. Let's go back to Ruth. So let me go back here. Where is that at? Ruth 4. Let's go to Ruth 4. Let's read down. Ruth 4 and 10. Matter of fact, we might have to start up. Yeah, let's start at Ruth 4 and 10. I'm gonna go back up in a second. Moreover, Ruth, the Moabitess, the wife of Mahlon, have I purchased to be my wife. Can an Israelite purchase a wife that's not a virgin? Can you hear me, brother?
You said what?
Can an Israelite purchase a wife that's not a virgin?
Can you purchase a wife that's not a virgin?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What'd you say? Yeah, I think you lagging bad.
I'm gonna assume no.
Oh, wow. Okay. So that means that she can't be an Israelite because she was purchased as a wife. And she already had a husband before, Boaz. Do you understand that?
And I can't even So
King,
it's not saying that he redeemed her.
brother. I just asked you a question, brother. You might have to go out and come back in. Go out and come back in because you lagging bad. I think you lagging by like 5 to 10 seconds. That's why you delaying the response. Oh yeah, he's finished, Tazapanya. Because he just agreed that you can't buy an Israelite as a wife if she's not a virgin. But Ruth was bought. He's done. He'll figure it out very soon. That's why he tried to change the topic real quick. That's that's crazy, man. Oh yeah, I know he heard it. He's done. He's finished. All that history, plains of Moab, Reuben land, no, that none of that matters. We don't stick to the book that you're talking about. Are you connected? Oh yeah, there you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, like you sound better now too.
Yeah, you was lagging for a little bit, but yeah, let me just reiterate the point. I'm gonna ask you a question again. I heard what you said earlier, but I just want to keep the people on track as well that are listening and that are watching the future. So this is Ruth 4:10. Moreover, Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of Mahlon, have I purchased to be my wife. So Boaz purchased somebody's wife, Mahlon's wife, because he died. But we just said, I asked you, can an Israelite buy a wife that's not a virgin? You said no, right?
Now I thought you said, can you buy an Israelite, period? Like,
Well, no, can you buy an Israelite as a wife that's not a virgin?
I assume not.
You
There ain't
assume
no point. Ain't no point in buying something that's used.
exactly because you can only give a dowry for a virgin, right? You're buying the woman from her father and her household, paying for because she's a virgin and she's fresh on the market, right?
Yeah,
So Ruth, she had a husband already, and you believe sex is marriage as well?
yeah,
Okay, so she had sex with Milan. Her husband died. She is free to remarry. Obviously, her husband's dead, but this Israelite man bought her as a wife. You can't do that to an Israelite. That's how you know she's not an Israelite. So let's read on. Let's keep going. To raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance, that the name of the dead be not cut off from among his brethren, and from the gate of his place ye are witnesses today. So this is what law is this?
that's the. Oh shit. That's the brother-in-law.
Not necessarily the brother-in-law, but basically the brother has to raise up a child to his dead brother. It's not a brother-in-law, but technically, if he has a brother, or like in this case, like you referenced earlier, near kinsman that wants to take on the responsibility of raising up a seed to his dead brother, that's the law that it's talking about. So this is the law. This is the only reason why Ruth is mentioned for the most part, because obviously this is the line of David that we're talking about in the future. So let's read down, and I'm gonna go back up in a second. So Boaz took Ruth, and she was his wife. And when he went in unto her, the Lord gave her conception, and she bare a son. And the woman said unto Naomi, Blessed be the Lord, which have not left thee this day without a kinsman, that his name be famous in Israel. So it's not about Ruth, it's about the son. And he shall be unto thee a restorer of thy life, and a nourisher of thine own age for thy daughter-in-law, which loveth thee, which is better to thee than 7 sons have borne him, because she's basically bearing the king's lineage. Verse 16, and Naomi took the child and laid it in her bosom and became nurse unto it. Verse 17, and the woman, her neighbors gave it a name, saying, there is a son born to Naomi. Why is it saying that a son's born to Naomi when Ruth bore the son?
Cause she brought her over there.
Sir, why would it say Naomi bore the son if Ruth's the Israelite? It's Ruth's baby, right?
Yeah.
But why is it saying the son was born to Naomi? I'm gonna show you in a second. I just want to ask you real quick.
I don't know. So show me.
Not a problem. I appreciate that, brother. Let's go to Genesis 30. And let's see the example with Jacob and his two wives, or 4 wives technically. Genesis 30:1. And when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister and said unto Jacob, give me children or else I die. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, am I in God's stead who have withheld from thee the fruit of thy womb? So as you're familiar with, I'm pretty sure you're familiar. The Most High shut up Rachel's womb so she couldn't have kids for a while. So guess what Rachel does? Let's see what Rachel does. And she said, behold, my maid Bilhah, her maid is somebody that's a servant to her, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's not the same people as her, right?
No.
So she's a heathen, technically. Even though Rachel isn't necessarily quote unquote an Israelite, Jacob is the quote unquote forefather of the Israelites, but this is an example. So let's just read on. Verse 3. And she said, behold, my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. That's what's happening in Ruth. She's a heathen. But since Rachel is of the Jacob's wife, his first wife, or real wife technically, and the servant is a servant to Rachel and Jacob, when the servant has a baby, that belongs to the household, Jacob and Rachel. So that's what's happening in Ruth. That's why Naomi says the son was born to Naomi. Naomi is the Israelite. Ruth is not an Israelite. Verse 4, and she gave him Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife, and Jacob went in unto her, and Bilhah conceived and bare Jacob a son. And Rachel said, God have judged me, and have also heard my voice, and have given me a son. But wait, Rachel didn't have a kid. She's barren. But Bilhah conceived, and it says Rachel had the son. Why? Because Rachel is the chosen, not her handmaid. The same thing happening in Ruth. Ruth 4. Let's go back there. If she was an Israelite, Ruth would be, oh, this is my son. God bless me with a son. No, Naomi says it because Naomi's Israelite. And we already referenced that you can't buy an Israelite that's not a virgin. You would just marry her without paying money because she's not a virgin anymore. It doesn't make any sense. So that's why when the neighbors say they gave her a name, there's a son born to Naomi, and they call his name Obed because Naomi is Israelite. Ruth doesn't matter. She's an incubator. That's it. And I'm going to prove it even further. Let's go back up to Ruth now. Wait a minute. Do you get that, brother? First and foremost, do you get that? You understand that?
Yeah, he's saying that she had the baby for her the same way Hagar had a baby for Sarah.
Technically, and then they didn't get casted out, but that's another aspect of it. Yes, but Abraham shooed them away because the covenant wasn't with them. But instead, in this context, obviously Obed, the son, is of the covenant because obviously that's where King David's line comes in. So, and obviously Ishmael is a heathen technically at this particular standpoint, but at that time it was just the son of the bondmaid. So that's what Ruth is. Ruth was a bondmaid, and that's why she was purchased as a wife instead of just being married like it is like custom. But let's just keep going and prove it. This is the ultimate dagger, actually, not just to you, brother, but just anybody that has that concept of Ruth being an Israelite. So let's go here. Ruth 4. Let's say in the same chapter, Ruth 4, and I believe it starts at 5. Let me just make sure. Ruth 4 and 5. Okay, yeah, Ruth 4 and 5. And I'm gonna go to the law in a second because this is another aspect of the law, which you referenced earlier as well. Then said Boaz, what day thou buyest the field of the hand of Naomi, thou must buy it also of Ruth the Moabitess. So it's calling her a Moabite still. So when you buy the field, because it belonged to her husband, Malan, the land,
It's still,
what's that?
it's still not calling her a descendant.
I mean, let's just read the Bible, brother. I'm gonna make a point later, but it's not in this chapter, so I don't want to go too far away from this.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to ask you a question.
I'm just saying that because you said it's calling her Moabites, but it's not calling her a daughter of Moab, like Numbers 25:1, or any other place that mentions
Okay.
daughters of Moab.
Okay, so I'm just going to read this because when we get to the law, it's going to make it clear that she's not an Israelite, because we read Deuteronomy 23, right? And it said Moabites and Ammonites aren't allowed at the sanctuary or the temple, the congregation, right? We read that.
Mm-hmm.
And the congregation is the temple. Because I proved that in Lamentations, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so the sanctuary, the congregation is the temple. So when circumstances like this arise, the Levites are involved, obviously councils, things like that. That happens at the temple. So let me just read this, and I'm gonna prove why she's not an Israelite in this context here above what we just read. Ruth 4:5. Then then said Boaz, what day thou buyest the field of the hand of Naomi, thou must buy it also of Ruth the Moabite, because we just read that Ruth was purchased as a wife with the land, and we can't do that to an Israelite. You can't buy an Israelite. And the kinsman said, I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I mar my own inheritance. So there's another guy there that says, I don't want to buy this because I don't want to mar my own inheritance. I want to have kids of my own. I don't want to have kids for my brother, which is what the law is. That's what's supposed to happen. But let's just read. Lest I mar my own inheritance, redeem thou my right to thyself, for I cannot redeem it. Now this was the manner in former time in Israel concerning redeeming and concerning changing, for to confirm all things, a man plucked off his shoe and gave it to his neighbor, and this was a testimony in Israel. For the kinsman said to Boaz, buy it for thee. So he drove his shoe. And Boaz said unto the elders and to all the people, ye are witnesses this day that I have bought all that was Elimelech's and all that was Chilions and Malons of the hand of Naomi. So it says the man drove his shoe, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. What does the law say, though?
The woman supposed to spit in his face or something.
Exactly. So why didn't Ruth do it?
Why she didn't do it?
Yeah, why didn't she do it? She's an Israelite. Why didn't she keep the law here?
Because the man was doing it.
That's not the law, though. The law says the woman's supposed to do it.
She didn't know the heritage. Even if she was an Israelite, she didn't know the heritage because she was over there in lawlessness. So she didn't know none of the customs.
Oh my God. Are you serious? Are you serious, brother?
I mean, you asked a question, I answered it. Why she didn't do it?
So she didn't know the laws, even though she was with a righteous man, Boaz. So
she didn't. He just got her. So he taught her the law that quick.
Why wouldn't he? So wait a minute, I thought they were cut off. So when were they cut off?
In Judges 11.
I know, but you're saying they're cut off.
I mean,
but
Judges 10.
Boaz married somebody that was cut off according to you.
She repented. She said she want to go. She said she want to go with Naomi.
So she knows the law when she repents, right? Or does it take time?
Nah, she just wanted to go with Naomi.
So she knew the law, she broke the law, and then she came back to the law, right?
Naomi had to tell her. Naomi told her what to do.
Why didn't she keep the law then?
She didn't know that part.
So Naomi told her everything but that part.
I mean, it's obvious.
No, it's not obvious. Because I referenced Deuteronomy 23 says they can't come into the congregation. That's why she couldn't do it, because she's a Moabite.
So why in Ezra they use that same verse and they made them get rid of their wives and children
That's what they agreed to.
because they wasn't supposed to have them in the first place.
I mean, that's not what the law says. Only the Canaanites, brother.
That's what the scriptures say.
The Canaanites are the only people forbidden from marrying. I just read
That ain't what the scriptures say, and that ain't what Ezra say or Nehemiah or First Kings.
Did David marry a heathen?
It lists other nations besides the seven.
Did David marry a heathen?
What heathen he married?
Bathsheba. Was she an Israelite?
I assume so.
You assume so?
Mm.
I mean, we can assume everything under the book, but
Where do it say she's not an Israelite?
she was married to a Hittite. So did she break the law?
I'm confusing her with Abigail. My bad.
Yeah, Uriah the Hittite. David had him killed for Bathsheba, right?
Yeah. So
So was she
Bathsheba
an
was a
Israelite?
Hittite
If she was
too.
an Israelite, that means she broke the law, right? Brother, is Bathsheba an Israelite? And did she break the law first by marrying a
I
Hittite?
don't I don't know if she's an Israelite.
All right, that's the point. She's not an Israelite, and you can't prove it. So back to the point. Ruth was not allowed in the congregation because she's a Moabite. The law says the woman's supposed to plug off the shoe and spit in his face. She didn't do that. You're saying that she didn't have time to learn the law. That is madness. Why wouldn't he teach her the law once he married her, or had an understanding that once I do this, we have to continue with this laws of God? And even though it says that, matter of fact, let me go back. Where are we at? Ruth. Well, Ruth 1 and 10, I believe. Let me see. Matter of fact, I'm just going to stay in this chapter, Deuteronomy 25. Because this is what's supposed to happen. Then or Deuteronomy 25 and 7. Actually, no, let me start at 6. I was reading 5. I jumped around. And it shall be that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother, which is dead, that his name not be put out in Israel, which is what Ruth was successful in, because Obed was born. And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders. What gate is this? Talking about the temple. And say, my husband's brother refused to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. Ruth didn't do this at all because she wasn't allowed there. Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak unto him, and if he stand to it and say, I will not take her, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders, which is talking about the Levites, and loose his shoe from off his foot and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto that man that will not build up the house or not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that have his shoe loosed. Period. Like Ruth didn't do this because she's not allowed up there. She's not allowed in the temple. Shalom, Pagiala. Shalom, brother. It's just that simple, brother. Like you can't get around that. She didn't keep the law because she's not an Israelite. She's not allowed the temple ever. That's what Deuteronomy 23 says. Is that hard to understand?
No.
So is she a Moabite or an Israelite?
I'm still wrestling it because you made a good point, but
Not a problem, brother. Like I said, you can go back and read the verses I drew up. Like I said, even if what you were referencing, the Reubenites took over the Moabite land, we know that's true. But if Ruth was a Reubenite, that means she grew up with the laws at one point in time. Even if she
not
goes off.
necessarily. Not necessarily.
So the Reubenites weren't keeping the law for 300 years. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm saying she could have grew up in darkness and not been keeping the commandments, because that was happening all through the book Judges. It said a whole generation grew up that didn't know God because they didn't know the commandments, because they was raised worshiping false gods.
Okay, but here's the thing. They always repented and went back. That's why they were saved each time, right?
Yeah, but during that time, they repented, but God didn't save them. He said, let the gods you've been worshiping save y'all. He cut them off.
So how'd they get out of that captivity?
How they get out of that captivity?
Yeah, you said the Reubenites were in captivity to the Ammonites.
Jephthah came. I mean, you could go to the account in Judges 10.
I'm familiar with that.
And read it.
You're saying that God didn't save him, but now you're bringing up Jephthah, and Jephthah helped him, right? And with the war.
After the fact, they tried to deliver themselves, but they kept losing.
Exactly, and then
so they had to go get Jephthah, who they kicked out the land.
Okay, and they repented though, right? So that means Ruth was part of that, or at least grew up in that atmosphere of them being saved with the Jephthah under the Most High's hand, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so Ruth was a part of that process within that timeline. So she can't not know the law because they repented because they were getting whooped on. So Ruth can't just all of a sudden, oh, I'm gonna marry an Israelite. First of all, she was married to an Israelite and the husband died. You mean to tell me he didn't tell the laws either?
Nah, they wasn't keeping the commandments. That's why he died. And his sons died.
Oh my God. That doesn't say that anywhere, bro.
It don't gotta say you gotta have discernment. Why else they died? Well, tell me why he died and his sons died.
No, they died because the point that's made in chapter 4, to raise up seed to the kid that was dead, to keep the law. To
So
that David was born of this particular time frame with his circumstance.
So you saying Elimelech and his two sons died just so Boaz could marry Ruth?
That's what the story is about. The whole story is about David's lineage, right? That's the main point.
Yeah, I understand that, but the point, the reason that
you were in sin, why didn't the women die then?
Why didn't the women die?
Yeah, they're all in sin. Why didn't all of them die?
Because it's the man.
So women get a pass with sin. Are you, bro?
Nah, women don't get a pass. She suffered because her husband died and her sons died. What are you talking about?
How? When they came from Judah. They came from Judah.
You didn't understand the point I said.
Sir, you're saying that they died because of sin. No, they left because there was famine in the land of Judah. It doesn't say nothing about no sin.
And they died in sin in the foreign land.
It doesn't say that anywhere.
It don't have to say it. Why else God kill them then?
to make his purpose come to life.
No.
He does it all the time. He does it all the time, sir.
Yeah, he do. He do.
So why are you adding in that though? That's ridiculous. You can't add to the Bible like that.
I ain't adding. That's what happened.
They died because of sin. Where's that at? Are you adding that, sir? Like, let's be real here.
No,
adding that in?
no, I'm not adding it.
Where's it say it?
That's just what I get from how the story is told.
It doesn't say nothing about sin in this story, bro.
Why else he died and his sons died?
Listen, the story is about.
He just died for nothing. He died for nothing, and his sons too.
It doesn't give a reason, and I'm not adding to the text just to make a point. No, the point is Boaz married Ruth to bring up seed from the husband of Naomi and her sons who were Judites, and they used Ruth's womb to raise up seed. That's it. The Moabites are still going into slavery. They're still going to be captive to the Israelites in the future. They just used her because she was married to a Judite already. Excuse me. It doesn't mean she was a Reubenite. That's ridiculous. You can't buy an Israelite as a wife if she's not a virgin. But that's what Ruth was. She can't be an Israelite with that, bro. It doesn't make sense. That's what we started out with. That's my first question to you. Can you buy an Israelite that's not a virgin? You said no, but Ruth was bought and she wasn't a virgin. That's ridiculous. That's how you treat a heathen. You buy heathens. Matter of fact, let me prove that real quick. Let me go to.
I already know that, law.
Exactly. So you can buy heathens, right?
Yeah, you can buy heathens.
What's that?
I said, yeah, you can buy heathens.
And Ruth was bought as a wife, as a heathen, period. Leviticus 25:44. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Ruth was bought with land as a wife because she's a heathen. And she got treated as a heathen because her baby got taken by Naomi, which I proved in Genesis 30 happens to handmaids, which is what she was, a bondmaid. It's that simple, brother. Like, I don't know what's so hard to get through this.
Because it just seemed like that's what you putting in there. It don't say that verbatim. Sir, you just insinuating that.
What did I
just like how you saying you doing the same thing to prove your point.
No. I read the Bible to you. You said that they sinned, they died because they sinned. That's not there. That's not there.
That's what was happening during the time of Judges.
But I thought they repented.
That's what you said.
No, you said they repented, which is why they brought Jephthah in, right? So if they repented, that means they were not sinning, and the Most High allowed them to get the victory after that. That's what happened every time in Judges. But you're saying that Elimelech and his two sons died because of sin. No, that's not what it says.
And that's the only reason they could have died.
They couldn't have died because of being killed or just.
If they got killed, it was because of sin. It's common sense, man. Like,
no, it's not common sense.
So they just got killed for nothing.
People die in their sleep, brother. People die for reasons.
It was a whole lot of evil going on, and they died. Listen. They didn't want to go through the famine, so they left and tried to escape the famine to go over there, which was the punishment. That's why the famine came, because of sin. So they left and went somewhere else, and the same thing happened.
I mean, I hear you, but I mean, that's just not in the text. It doesn't say anything about sin. All I want you to answer is she didn't go to the temple. She didn't plug off the shoe because she's not an Israelite. That's plain in the text. She didn't keep the law because she's not an Israelite. She's not allowed at the congregation, like Deuteronomy 23 says. She's a Moabite. She's called a Moabite. It says they married the wives of Moab. She's a Moabite, bro. Like, it's just that simple. Actually, that's what I wanted to bring up. That's the next point I wanted to bring up, actually. Because this is after Solomon too. 1 Kings 16, and I believe it's 21. 14:21. Salah. Oops. My bad. 1 Kings 14:21. So you're telling me marrying heathens is a sin, right? At all times, correct?
Yeah. No, not after war. Not when you take them in war.
So anytime outside of war is a sin, right?
Yeah, from my understanding, you ain't supposed to marry outside of the tribe.
So when David married Bathsheba, was that in the time of war?
It was a time of war, but I don't know where it say Bathsheba wasn't an Israelite.
Does it say she is an Israelite?
Do it say she ain't?
Let's just look it up. Let's just look it up real quick. We didn't look it up actually. Let me see. Bathsheba. It doesn't say, honestly. It just says daughter of an oath. Let me see. Eliam. Gillenite. What the hell is it? Gillenite. Okay, it does say God of the people. Eliam means God of the people, or God is kinsman. That she is the father, a Gillenite warrior of David, and then the Strong's God of the people, Eliam, an Israelite. So maybe she might have been an Israelite. But she was married to a heathen. So interesting. We just got to go with the text. But she was married to a heathen, a Hittite, which was a Canaanite. So she sinned supposedly, and then David sinned, committed adultery.
You said what?
I'm saying if the Strong says that her father was an Israelite, which makes her an Israelite, obviously we would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
She was married to a Hittite, which is a Canaanite, right?
Yeah.
Was she in sin?
Obviously, if she wasn't supposed to marry a Canaanite, and the law said you're not supposed to marry him.
Yeah, I agree with that. But David also married the Syrian woman. Is that a sin? Just like the brother Supplanter just said, actually. Did David marry a Syrian woman?
No.
You never read that? All right, let me get that.
No.
Let's get that in First Chronicles. I believe it's 3. Am I sharing my screen? Oh no, I'm not sharing. Hold on, let me share my screen. Damn, I wasn't sharing my screen the whole time. Damn. All right, let me go here. First Chronicles 3:1. Now these are the sons of David, which were born unto him in Hebron. The firstborn Amnon of Ahinoam, the Jezreelites. Is that an Israelite?
I don't know.
Jezreel is another name for Israel, so you can say that. The second of Abigail, the Carmelites. What's a Carmelites? Let's look that up. Because I know Jezreel is another name for Israel, but let's just double check. Son of God, a female inhabitant of Israel, used only of Ahinoam, a wife of David. It doesn't give her lineage, but just from what I know, Jezreel is another name for the name of Israel. Or
a place in Israel.
What's that?
A place in Israel.
No. It literally is like when you read Isaiah, I think it's Isaiah 20. Isaiah, let me go back. I got too many tabs open. What the hell? Let's go to, let me just show you that real quick. Jezreel. What the hell? How come it's not pulling up? Isaiah 26. Let me see. Is it Isaiah 26? Let me double check so I can. This is. Oh, it's two E's. That's what I'm tripping. I had it one E. Jezreel. Jezreel. Select. Okay, so let me read because it mentions it all over the Bible, but I just want to make the correlation. This is oh, it's Hosea 1. That's what I want to like. Where am I at? Let me share this real quick. Hosea 1 and 11. Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together and appoint themselves one head, and they shall come out of the land, for great shall be the day of Jezreel. So it's just another title for Israel. You know what I mean? But let's go back here. I want to go to David's wives and children to prove that he had heathen wives. Abigail, the Carmelites. Let's see what it says real quick. An inhabitant of Carmel. The wife of David came from Carmel. Is Carmel Israel?
I don't know.
Let's see. So we can learn together, brother. Gardenland, a mountain on the Mediterranean coast of northern Israel, just below Haifa, a town in the mountains on the west side of the Dead Sea and south of Hebron. The name of a hill and of a town in Palestine. Let me see.
So that's in the land here.
Carmel, Israel, Mount Carmel. Yeah, actually, yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Mount Carmel.
Let me see where that's at. So I don't know where that's at literally, but let me just look it up.
They said it's by Hebron. So that's on the west side of the Jordan, like in between Arad and Hebron.
Yeah. Let me see. Is this it? Can I zoom in? It don't really show. It's a terrible map. Anyways, so yeah, we can say she was Israelite. That's not a problem. Where am I at? First Chronicles. Let's go back. Now this is the key point right here. Verse 2. The third, Absalom, the son the son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmai, king of Jeshur. Who's the king of Jeshur?
I'm not familiar with Joshua. That's over there. That's the Philistines, ain't it?
Assyria.
That's in Syria.
King David married a Syrian lady and had Absalom, his son. Was that a sin?
No, I don't think so, because that's Deuteronomy 23:8, ain't it?
What does that say?
It say, ain't it supposed to say you're not supposed to abhor Assyrian, but they put Edomite?
Oh, is that that's Deuteronomy 23:7?
Oh yeah,
Well,
23:7.
it says Edomite here. Let's go to the Strongs. I know people used to teach that. We don't teach that no more. But where is it at? Oh, 7. Here it is. Because it's how it's written in some of the what's it called, the
I don't
manuscripts.
think it was a sin because Second Kings 15:5 said David did everything right in the eyes of the Lord, except
Yeah,
for taking Bathsheba and
exactly.
killing Uriah.
Exactly. So he married a Syrian still, right?
Yeah, but shoot,
But
our ancestors were Syrians. That's where he went and got. That's where Jacob went and got his wife from. That was
yeah.
over the, you know,
So are the Israelites though?
huh?
But according to you, we're not allowed to marry anybody outside Israel. So are
That's
Syrian
still
Israelites?
that's still the bloodline now.
Oh, so I can marry a Syrian right now?
Shit, I don't know about right now, but back in the day, you probably back in the
Oh my God. So we can marry Syrians. Oh man, that's crazy.
back in the day, it was they was keeping the commandments, man. They was keeping the
Oh,
heritage.
the Syrians were?
Nah, the line from what his name is, Bethuel.
Who? What line?
Um, the line that split from Abraham. That's that Jacob went to get um his wives from, and Isaac went to get, and Isaac got his daughter from. That's the same people.
Um, but they're not the chosen seed. Like it doesn't say that they kept the laws, but they didn't get the laws. So how's that?
Nah, it wasn't. They wasn't chosen. That's Abraham brother, right? That's Abraham brother side where Laban.
So that's the reasoning. You're allowed to marry Syrians and whoever's related to our people, technically.
Yeah,
So we're not allowed to marry Edomites, right? Or are we? Because that's our twin brother, technically.
I would say no.
Why not? That's our twin. So what's wrong with that? See how the logic doesn't add up? It doesn't make sense. And
Yeah,
technically, and technically, if the Moabites and Ammonites were incest babies, they'd be related to us too, because Lot was Abraham's
yeah,
nephew. But we know we can't deal with them ever, even though
because of the incest.
exactly. But guess what? Guess was the king of Israel, and his mom was an Ammonite, Rehoboam.
Yeah,
So
but
people
that
were.
means Solomon was sinning. Or you talking about Solomon did that, right?
But you're trying to make it seem like he sinned for marrying every last one of them. I don't agree with that. I only agree with the Canaanites.
I know that. I mean, I took that from the discussion, but the scriptures say otherwise.
Okay, so you're still banking on the point that we're not allowed to marry anybody outside of Israel.
No,
Or
I ain't gonna say anybody. I ain't gonna say anybody, but them nations that's round about us right there, you ain't supposed to marry none of them.
so we can marry Syrians as well. Can we marry Babylonians?
Oh no.
Why not? They're not round about us.
cause they not they're not related to us at all.
Are
I mean,
Edomites,
you could probably marry him if you took the daughters in war, like how the law says.
so it can't just be a one-on-one fade. I can't take a wife after that.
A Babylonian woman?
Any woman, the Edomite, because the Edomites are our twin. Why can't we marry them? They're related to us. We can't marry somebody that's our twin technically.
If they living in our land, you can, but not outside,
Oh,
unless you got them through war.
wait a minute. So
Cause that's what the law say. The
so
law say you could marry an Edomite or Egyptian that live among us.
no,
But
that's not what it's talking about. That's not what it's talking about. That's not what it's talking about. But
what you mean that's not what it's talking about?
Deuteronomy 23.
Yeah,
No, that's definitely not what it's talking about. That's definitely not what it's talking about, brother.
that's
Go
what it
ahead.
say. What you mean?
No, it doesn't. It does not say that. Deuteronomy 23, and let's go to 7. Now, we read 2 and 3 about the Ammonites and Moabites, but the context is what? They can't enter the congregation. So that's the context.
Yeah.
Verse 7, thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast the stranger in his land. This is the point. Verse 8, the children that are begotten of them, meaning the children that the Edomites and the Egyptians have, that are that lineage, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord in their third generation. So it's not talking about Israelites marrying them. It's talking about their own people having children in the land that are living in Israel. They're not allowed to come to the temple until their third generation offer a sacrifice. That's the only thing it's saying. It has nothing to do with us marrying them, even though technically we can do it, because that's what you just said. Living amongst us, we can do it. So that means Solomon, all of his wives, he could have married because they were living with him, right?
Not the Ammonites and all that.
Wait a second. You just said if they're living in Israel, we can marry them.
I said the Edomites and the Egyptians.
Sir, what does it say you can't enter the congregation to the third generation? What does that mean?
Only the grandchildren.
So can Solomon marry somebody after the third generation or the first generation?
You said it mean that they can't go to the temple till the third generation. So that's what that's my understanding of it.
So it has nothing to do with marriage, right?
I mean, begotten is sex is marriage. So
Well, no, I'm saying that the people that are begotten of them are their own people. Edomites having children with other Edomites, or Egyptians having children with other Egyptians. Those children that are not Israelites can't come to the temple until their third generation. That's what my understanding. You're telling me that they can't marry them, or they can marry these people as long as they're in the land. But that has nothing to do with the context. It's talking about the congregation, talking about the temple. You're trying to add, you're adding that in somehow, even though you said earlier that we can only do it when we go to war. But now you're adding in, we can do it if they're living with us. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, that's always been my understanding of Deuteronomy 23:8.
And I'm telling you that's off, because it's talking about the congregation, the temple sacrifices. Because Israelites we've always had heathens living amongst us, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. So that means, according to you, we can marry them as long as they're there. Because first Deuteronomy 23 talking about Egyptians.
No, I ain't talking about heathens in general. I'm talking about them two specific nations.
But when I asked you if we can marry Edomites earlier, you said no. So is it okay to marry Edomites if they're living in Israel?
I mean, that's what I thought.
I mean, that's my point, brother. Like, There's stipulations to the doctrine. So it's only sin if they're not living with us, or if it's going to war. So we're allowed to sin at certain aspects according to you. It doesn't make
Nah,
sense.
that's just the take of it. It's just like King David was killing Edomites, but they could live among us though.
I mean, anybody can live amongst us as long as they keep the laws in our land. We don't have to marry them in order for them to be peaceable amongst them. If Moabites living in our land, are we going to war with them? Is that seeking their peace?
Yeah, if you being peaceful with them, that's seeking their peace,
Brother. So why does it say they can't come to the temple ever? That means they're living there and they can never offer sacrifices. That means they're already there. Why is there a law saying that? It shouldn't even be there if they're not allowed in our land.
That's what I agree. That's you that's saying it's okay for Ammonites and Moabites to live among us. I never said that.
All I'm saying is that if your understanding is right, that means that law shouldn't even be around. We should already understand that.
I don't get what you're trying to say right there.
So the moral of this dialogue is, you're saying that Ruth is an Israelite. I'm saying Ruth is a Moabite. The first point that you referenced was the Reubenites took over their land, which I agree with partially. And now you're saying that the Moabites, or excuse me, Deuteronomy 23, the Moabites and Ammonites are like, which is my understanding, they can't come to the temple, and they can't say that we can't seek their peace. But if they're over there by Reuben, like literally right below them, and let's just say they see him, are they supposed to kill him on the spot? Like, that doesn't make sense.
No, because if they in their land, that's what God gave them. You ain't supposed to bother them. That's what's in the law.
So
But
when Solomon had married a Moabite and Ammonite, why didn't anybody else tell him we got to kill him?
because he was a king.
So he's allowed to sin because he's a king.
No, he's not allowed to sin. That's why God got him. But can't nobody.
How did God get him? What did Solomon get?
He got judged. He got the kingdom took.
No, he didn't.
So Solomon didn't get his kingdom took.
By who?
God took it and gave it to Jeroboam.
Sir, it said Solomon died in peace all of his life. What are you talking about? Have you read that before? Let me get that. Real quick. That's ridiculous, bro.
What's ridiculous? That Solomon failed and they took
Jeroboam took his kingdom. No, he didn't.
No, I said God took his kingdom and gave it to Jeroboam. I didn't say Jeroboam took his kingdom. Don't put words in my mouth.
Brother, where does it say Solomon that his kingdom took?
When the kingdom split.
His kingdom got took because he married the women?
Because he married the foreign wives and he paid to have them sacrificed.
He did what?
He built altars to other gods for his wives.
So the kingdom didn't split because he was treating the northern kingdom like garbage? But that's what it said. And
show me that.
The kingdom got split. It said it got
show
split.
me that.
Huh?
Show me that.
Show you what? That the king, he treated northern kingdom like
that the kingdom was split because Solomon was mistreating the northern kingdom. Show me that.
Oh, all right, no problem. Actually, Rehoboam did that. Rehoboam did that. Solomon did. So that defeats your purpose, though.
What you mean it defeats my purpose? What?
You said that the kingdom split with Solomon. Did the kingdom split under Solomon?
Yeah.
Where? Let me see. Let me find it real quick. I need the bathroom too. My bad.
It say right there, 1 Kings 11,
That's where I was just at.
11:11. It says, "Wherefore the Lord said to Solomon, for as much as this is done of you, and you has not kept my commandments and my statutes, which I have commanded you, I will surely rip the kingdom from you and will give it to your servant."
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened.
Okay, but when did it happen?
It happened after he died, but the judgment,
Oh,
but that's what happened right there.
oh, after he
It
died.
happened because of what he did. It don't matter. It don't matter that it happened after he died. It happened because of what he did.
Of course it does. What are you talking about? What are you, bro? What are you? Come on, bro.
What do you mean? It say it right there.
I just told you what happened, and you try to say that was the point. Like, of course, Solomon was doing dirt, but the Most High didn't take the kingdom from him.
So he just,
that's ridiculous. Who just came up here? Hold on.
It say he will rip the kingdom from him and give it to his servant.
Interesting.
So is that
servant? Who's his servant? Huh? Who's his servant?
Rehoboam was a servant, wasn't he?
His own what? Oh my God! His own son was a servant.
I mean Jeroboam, not real. I always get them two confused.
Jeroboam?
Yeah, Jeroboam.
So
he said, "I'll rip the kingdom for you." They say, "Not in your days."
Yeah, after he died, Jeroboam was the king.
He said he's gonna do it to his son. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. After he died, so it didn't happen when he was alive. After he died, the kingdom was after he died.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't because of the wives, right?
Yeah, it was because of the wives.
Because of idolatry, though, not the wives. Idolatry.
Yeah, he committed idolatry with his wives.
Yeah, but it didn't happen because he married them. He got his kingdom right because he committed idolatry. That's my point.
Yeah. He said he went after Asherah.
Yeah, that's my point. He didn't get judged because he simply married him. He got judged because he was committing idolatry. That's the only thing I've been saying the whole time. And that's why David married a Syrian. That's why even Moses married an Egyptian before that. He didn't get judged. He actually was not judge Aaron and Miriam for talking against Moses for a heathen wife. Yeah. Why did he do that? If it's a sin. Why did Moses get judged for marrying?
I always said that you could marry an Egyptian.
Before the law came out. So it was something that was understood before the law was codified. But that was in Numbers. Deuteronomy 23 is after that.
I mean, he was sojourning there.
So it's okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No problem. So we can marry Egyptians and Edomites and Syrians, right?
I guess so.
Okay. We weren't in the land when Moses married the Egyptian, though. So, I mean, we're not at war with them. That kind of defeats your point as well. Again, so that doesn't really add up. So it can't be because of war. It can't be because they live with us. Moses did that before both. Now let's get the last point. Judges. I read for this earlier, but I'm gonna read it for your sake. Let me share my screen. Stop sharing this, and this will be the last point I know we've been on for a while. I've been on for a while, actually, 3 hours. Judges 14. And Samson went down to Timnath and saw a woman in Timnath, the daughters of the Philistines. He came up and told his father and said, I have a woman in Timnath, the daughters of the Philistines. Therefore, get her to be the wife. Then his mother, excuse me, in this context, is Solomon about to commit a sin here?
No, because that was God made him want her.
So we're allowed to marry Philistines as well.
Obviously, if God put it on.
Oh man, so there's more people we can marry. Edomites, Egyptians, Syrians, not the Philistines. Or any other, or even if you go to war with Ammon or Moab, we can marry them too, right? In that context.
I ain't convinced on that.
But that's the law. If we go to war with a nation, we can marry the daughters of that nation, right?
Except the ones that's forbidden.
Which ones are forbidden?
The ones mentioned in Deuteronomy 7:3.
Oh, the Canaanites. Because it only mentions the Canaanites there.
Yeah.
Earlier. So thanks for finally coming around, brother. I said
what?
I said thanks for finally coming around, because that's what I said from the get-go. Deuteronomy 7 is only about the Canaanites. Technically, we're allowed to marry anybody outside of that. And that's why you see it happen all throughout the Bible. Even though you said Ezra and Nehemiah, we understand that Solomon married them, David married other nations. And all throughout the Bible, especially the Old Testament, those who we were intermingled with, especially the Northern Kingdom, mixed with a lot of different people.
Yeah, but Ezra was specifically talking about Moab and Ammon. That's why Ezra 9 and 12. I'm reading the comment.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. He been saying stuff the whole thing. I just been ignoring him.
That's a good question, because the Ruth situation, you said I made some good points. You're still leaning on
Ezra. Yeah, he made some good points.
Because there's no way that an Israelite that marries another Israelite would just bypass the law like that. That's not how things work. You wouldn't even allow that. Because she's supposed to be the one furious about having the law being kept. She's supposed to be the one having a kid raised up to her dead husband. She would be raising hell. Instead, who we believe is not an Israelite, to even have the dialogue.
I mean, that's how I feel about Deuteronomy 23:6. They seeking a peace, and that's what it talk about in Ezra, about them marrying Moabites and Ammonites and seeking a peace. And they,
and this is why I referenced earlier. Are we allowed to attack them if we see them? And you said in their own land, no. And that's what I said earlier. They're in the country of Moab, as the Judites. So according to you, they did the right thing. But you would say the country of Moab, I don't agree with. But that's the logic. That's how logic is, brother. It's a linear line. They went to the country of Moab because they were in Moabite land and they married Moabite wives, which is why Ruth did not go to the congregation and fulfill that law. She's not a. It's just that simple.
It don't necessarily say that, but
I mean, there's no other reason why she didn't keep the law if she's an Israelite. There's no other reason outside of her being a Moabite that she wouldn't keep that law. And that's just a lot and it makes perfect sense. They're not allowed in the congregation. They never come to the congregation because they're incest bastard in the Bible. So fast forward, that law still stands. The Israelites knew that law, but since Ruth supposedly is an Israelite, she's supposed to do, but she's supposed to be the one taking the shoe off. She didn't do it because she.
Yeah, that's your stance. I don't agree with it, but you make a good point.
That's all it is, brother. Like I said, this new perspective. Like I said, all Israelites don't agree on everything, but it was a peaceful dialogue for the most part. You made a couple of reference to uh, keep the peace aspect. Nobody ever said that before. From what I've heard before. That's a good point. But the law and the testimony is the proof that we should lean on the most. And like I said, the
Yeah,
portion,
I do.
yeah, the portion you brought up, the law, and the portion I brought up, Deuteronomy 25. Deuteronomy 25 is the main thing that we do, especially where it says you can't buy it. You can only buy heathen. Heathen. She was treated as a heathen. Her baby was taken because she's the handmaid, and no son under her husband and her son's under the line of Judah. Ruth did not take that baby because she's not Israel. That's just plain. Like that's just like, if Ruth was an Israelite, she'd be the one raising the baby. Instead, as soon as she gave it to Naomi, her sons that died, her kinsmen have to have a son raised. Has nothing to do with Ruth. Just the person that was chosen to have the baby at the time as heathen money after was in a version, which he said he do. So there's a lot of discrepancies in your argument, just the logical viewpoints and the questions, and it's making perfect sense to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that point. That's a good point.
That's all we're here to do, brother. Like I said, I appreciate your time. I'm about to get up out of here. 4 o'clock out here for 3 hours, 40 minutes. Let me see if there's any questions. I don't know if he has questions for me, but we still got people watching. Numbers 32, numbers 32 and 38. Because the brother got a pre Debo and their names being changed. Sheba and Gabe, the cities which they built. Dagger. Ooh, that's cold. I ain't gonna lie, that was cold. Let me put that up.
Yeah, I got that in my notes too.
But you said they can't change the name of the land, and this is a precept to prove that to be contrary, right?
Nah, that ain't proven to the contrary because that place is still called the plains of Moab in the scripture in numerous verses.
So, matter of fact, let me just put a map. You're saying, that shows up on a map. I want to see where it is. I haven't looked it up yet. Let me just double check that real quick. Let me see. Let me see. Plains of Moab.
Yes, it's multiple scriptures that call that area plains of Moab. I could cite them out for you.
On the map. See where it's at.
Well, if you type in plains of Moab and hit images, it'll pop up.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Oh yeah, this is. Let me see. Wait a minute. Let me just make sure this is from Kadesh, Plains of Moab.
Nah, I ain't confusing. I know what the scriptures say.
The next chapter. You mean he brought out what's it, the numbers he says?
Let me see. My notes.
He brought something out earlier, numbers, but I don't remember.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 32:49, call it the plains of Moab. Deuteronomy 34:1, Deuteronomy 34:5 and 8, 31 and 12, Numbers 32:1 through 4, Numbers 32:19, Numbers 32:29.
Oh, he had ammo. He had ammo for it. Let me look this up. Though. Numbers 32. Yeah, oh, he put 30. Let me see what the Hebrews. And Nebo, Malam, and Sheba. Yeah. And so yeah, they conquered Moab, changed their names to Reuben, right?
Yeah, they conquered Moab, and it's called the land of Reuben, but that's that small little area by the north part of the Dead Sea is still called the plains of Moab. It's not that. I'm not talking about the whole Reuben whole section. I'm just talking about the northwest corner, that little section right there where Mount Nebo at. All of that is commonly called the plains of Moab. It's even in Numbers 35:1. It say, and the Lord spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho. That little section is called the plains of Moab, but that's Reuben's land.
My bad.
Well, then you don't know how to Google it. You don't know how to search. If the plains. No, I'm not talking. I'm talking to the other brother.
You talking about buddy? What did he say?
He over here talking about when you search plains of Moab, it shows the southern part of Moab past the Arnon River, not the top part.
Yeah, let me show you what I saw. Let me show you the map I saw real quick. I do have the map pulled up. But it doesn't necessarily single out one location.
It keep telling you it's Mount Nebo across from Jericho.
Hold on. Let me show you this. He might be right, actually. He might be right. Because I'm gonna show you this map. Is this? Wait a minute. No, it's right here. Let me show you this. Can you see this? Let me go up to the. This is
I can see it on my phone. It ain't popped up on the TV yet because I'm watching both.
I just put it on the screen. You see it?
Yeah.
So this is the whole outline. The journey from Kadesh Barnea to Moab. It's talking about in the wilderness. So all the way down, it shows obviously the arrows, things like that. But this is a possible route from Kadesh Barnea to the plains of Moab. So the solid red line. Oh damn! I didn't even do that. What the hell? Oh, never mind. The solid red line is down here. It's all down here. The Moab's obviously right.
The whole top part
up here too. So the plains of Moab is all these, right?
Nah, that's saying the route to the plains of Moab. The plains of Moab is right there where it say Mount Nebo and Pisgah, where that triangle at.
Right here?
Where it say the death and burial of Moses, right there.
Yeah, right here. And it says it right here too. So you're saying
because Jazer is a Jazer a city of refuge, ain't it?
What the hell's wrong with this? I keep going backwards. Damn. My bad. What you say?
I said Jazer is one of the cities of refuge, ain't it?
Jesser? Are you saying Israel again or no?
Nah, Jazer, right there by the plains of Moab. That's one of the 6 cities of refuge.
Oh, Jazzer. Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the land right now. And that, let me go back.
Yeah, that on this map, the plains of Moab up kind of high, but it's all of that right there. Yep, it is, because I see where Jericho is. So, yep. Yeah, that's the plains of Moab right there. Now, the land of Moab is the land of Moab is south of the Arnon River. You see right there. That's the land of Moab.
What's the country of Moab? You disagreed with me earlier.
Right there where it say Moab.
That's the country of Moab?
Yeah, no, that's the land.
What's
That's
the country of Moab, sir?
The country of Moab is the plains of Moab.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Definitely not. Yeah, we're not gonna well, that's kind of crazy. Let me just go to that. Am I still sharing the screen? For now.
I can still see the map.
The town Carmel. What did he say? The town Carmel lying about 11 on the southern. Yeah, they just. Oh, no, it's a brother. Brother, would Abigail be in because Carmel is in a town in Judea? Yeah, that's what we said earlier. I looked it up in Hebrew. Carmel is Israelite land for sure. I looked it up just for recollection. And the country of Moab. And from what does that say? Let me look this up. I'm just gonna look this where is the map? I'm trying to cities label. Might not, but I just want to double check. Where am I at? Let me stop sharing my screen. I want to show that forever. Oh, here it is. You got hella people. So, you said that plains of Moab, country of Moab are all
You said, well, I didn't hear you.
The fields of Moab, the plains of Moab, and the country of Moab are all.
Yeah, it's all interchangeable for the most part.
Okay. There is a picture here. You can see the big picture. Let me see if I can pull it quick. I don't know how, but let's just pull it. Record. Where is this at? Come on, man. What the hell? Oh, here it is. The hell? Oh no, this is old. Where's it at? Gad, Reuben. What does it say? That was on Jeshimon. Where's Jeshimon? Okay, this is on top. Yeah, this is a. Numbers of budget. What are you, brother? Supplanter. I don't know.
Yeah, he over there. He confused himself.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. I'm gonna say I'm a student and where all the lands are, but I'm just trying to make sure everybody gets the issue. If you want to, Judges 11.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
With the same verse?
11:11 that he just said.
11, 12, 13.
Yeah, it said Jephthah went. Then Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and captain over them. And Jephthah uttered all these words before the Lord in Mizpah. Mizpah is further north. It ain't in the plains of Moab. So he don't know what he talking about. Talking about I'm confusing numbers with Judges 11.
Well, nah, he's saying that verse 13, I believe. And the king of the to Israel took away my land. When they came up out of Eden, the Jabbok. Now, therefore.
Oh yeah. It is. It's talking about Reuben's land right there. The Jabbok to the R9. That's talking about where Reuben land at. Yeah, so he right. But it's saying exactly what I'm talking about though. So he don't know what he's talking about. Because the chapter and numbers that he just cited is talking about the section that Judges 11 through 13 is talking about the same place. It's just talking about more because the Jabbok River is up in Gad territory. I know the layout of the land. I study the maps and all of that. The Jabbok River is in Gad territory, and Arnon is the border between Moab and Reuben territory.
Yeah, I've seen it. Let me double check here. This isn't. Let me go back. But oh, that's crazy.
But Mount Nebo and Pisgah, and what's the other one? It ain't Heshbon. All of that is right there across the Jordan near Jericho. That's all the northern part of Reuben land.
Yeah, Jabbok River is like right above Gad. Actually,
Yeah, that's Gad territory, the Jabbok River. But
Ammon right
but
there. So,
what with Judges 11:11 is talking about how when Israel was coming out of Egypt, they took all of that land from the Arnon River all the way up to the Jabbok. They took all of that.
yeah,
That was the Amorites' land, and the Amorites took that from Moab in war. So the Ammonites tried to come and say we took their land from them, but we took it from the Amorites.
yeah, exactly. That's true. Well, I'm gonna definitely have to get maps. Oh yeah, this is what I. Where's it at? I just found it. Let me go back. This is the last one that we. And this whole dialogue is just about. But let me just. What the hell? Oh man. Let me see what this. No, this is. Let me go back. Here we go. I can zoom in on this. Yeah, it only singles out. Oh yeah, this is before. Here it is. This is what you were talking about. I think. Right here, only singles this out. But I mean, that doesn't really make sense. It has more land, similar. But yeah, that's all good though. It's another argument. The main points, like I said, go back and know if you like. But time, brother, do you have anything to say?
Nah, I'm gonna study the last part of Ruth for a little more. But
that's all it is, brother. Just break bread. You don't gotta yell and argue. Arguing technically.
Yeah, I like little discussions like this. Ain't nobody trying to name call or belittle nobody or be disrespectful. I don't get down like that.
Come on, brother. It's all good. Where you at right now?
I'm in Gilroy, but I'm from San Francisco, but I'm in Gilroy though.
Oh, you is say you're from over there. Okay. It's all good. Damn near the same area. So you can definitely pull up to the city whenever you feel like every Saturday.
Yeah, I was just about there like three weeks ago. And when I drove by, y'all wasn't at camp. I drove by, I went to it was a funeral. Yeah, it was a funeral. I took my wife to a funeral out there, and I drove by to see if y'all was out there, but I didn't see y'all.
Probably in Sac that week. Going to Sac every now and then.
Yeah.
That's where I'm from for real. I live out here. So that's probably what it was. I think we was out in Sac. You can just hit me up whenever you want to pull up, bro. It's all good.
All right, likewise.
All right, brother. Shalom.
Shalom.
And with that, we're gonna close out. Give all praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh. We do so by Hashem Mashak Yahushai. We say shalom, man.